Testing, mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic test, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. A, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Test, mic check, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic test, 1, 2, 3. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, check, check, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, check, check, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 2. What time they will start? 8:50. Program will be 9 to 2:30 p.m. Finish, 2:30 p.m. finish. You say like that. Okay. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check. A, mic test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. A, mic testing. Testing, mic check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. A, mic test, 1, 2. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. A, mic testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. A, mic test, 1, 2. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic test, 1, 2. Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. A, mic test, 1, 2. A, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, mic check, 1, 2.
You have a wireless mic? Not wireless, I mean the type. Yeah. How many you have? One only? Huh? No, it's for the DG, has to have. Only one you have?
Check. Check 1 2. 1 2 check. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 check.
Okay, who? I think
Check.
we have a bandwidth issue.
Check
Wasn't
1 2.
connected.
Check.
Okay, let me try torch volume. 1 second.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 check. Check.
Where are you streaming? Cable, right? You're streaming from a cable. No, 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 not delay. It's buffering. It's too slow. It shouldn't be. It should be faster. We have the best connection in Qatar. It should be. No, no, we have the best connection in Qatar inside the zone. Can you the video is too short, 50 seconds, and the music
Okay, keep this one and put any music.
connection is too low, man. We need a better connection.
You cannot put
He limited us to 35 megabit down speed. Can you call them? Tell them well, this is not gonna be enough for 600 people.
Check. Check 1 2. 1 2 check. Check. Testing 1 1 2 check 1 1 1 1 2. 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Testing 2 check. Check. No, no. Check. Check 1. 15-second delay. Okay.
Excellent volume. Yeah, excellent volume. Not play with the volume.
15-second delay. Okay. Okay.
check 1 2. A mic test. 1, 2, 3. Mic testing 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is for who the portable one? Sorry, portable one. هذا شنو هاي كلمة الافتتاح بس؟
لا 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 هذه سكريبت برنامج كامل.
عند اليوني بيعطيك في الاكياس الموجودة فيها اكيد عندك يدك خذها من فواز عطني البروجرام بليز. No, I mean this one. Bring one here. لما اتكلم بيسمع. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، أعضاء وفود دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، الإعلاميين، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا بكم في بلدكم الثاني قطر. نسعد بلقائكم في افتتاح المؤتمر الأول للطب الرياضي لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، والذي سينعقد على مدى يومي السبت والأحد. المؤتمر يشمل على محاضرات وورش عمل. الآن أدعو الدكتور محمد غيث الكواري مدير عام أسبيتار لإلقاء كلمة الافتتاح، فليتفضل الدكتور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف عباد الله المرسلين سيدنا محمد. سعادة الدكتور توفيق بن أحمد خوجة المدير العام للمكتب التنفيذي لمجلس وزراء الصحة بدول مجلس التعاون، سعادة الدكتور صالح بن علي المري مساعد وزير الصحة، سعادة الدكتور ثاني بن عبد الرحمن الكواري الأمين العام للجنة الأولمبية القطرية، أصحاب السعادة، حضرات الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتشرف بداية بالترحيب بكم في المؤتمر الخليجي الأول للطب الرياضي، شاكرا ومقدرا لكم هذه المشاركة. وإنه لمن دواعي الاعتزاز أن تحتضن دولة قطر هذا المؤتمر، انطلاقا من كون سبيتار المركز المرجعي الخليجي المعتمد في الطب الرياضي من المكتب التنفيذي. كما يطيب لي أن أعرب عن خالص تقديري للمكتب التنفيذي لمجلس وزراء الصحة لدول مجلس التعاون برئاسة سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور توفيق بن أحمد خوجة لجهودهم وتعاونهم معنا في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر والاهتمام بتطوير الطب الرياضي في منطقة الخليج العربي، حيث يهدف هذا المؤتمر إلى تعزيز العلاقات وتبادل الخبرات بين مقدمي خدمات الطب الرياضي في دول الخليج العربي، ليعزز التزامنا نحو ضمان أعلى مستويات الخدمات الطبية المقدمة للرياضيين ومساعدتهم للوصول إلى أفضل المستويات من الأداء الرياضي، وذلك من خلال تبادل الخبرات في أحدث ما توصل إليه القطاع الطبي الرياضي في الخدمات الإكلينيكية والأبحاث والتعليم الطبي. وختاماً، أتقدم بالشكر إلى جميع المتحدثين والوفود المشاركة من دول الخليج العربي في هذا المؤتمر، متمنياً للجميع الاستفادة وطيب الإقامة في بلدهم الثاني قطر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
اسمحوا لي بأن أدعي الدكتور توفيق، سعادة الدكتور توفيق خوجة لإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمد الشاكرين، والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الأخ الدكتور صالح بن علي المري، مساعد وزير الصحة العامة وممثل وزيرة الصحة العامة الدكتورة حنان الكواري. سعادة أخي الفاضل الدكتور محمد غيث الكواري، مدير عام مستشفى أسبيتار. سعادة أخ الدكتور ثاني بن عبد الرحمن الكواري، الأمين عام اللجنة الأولمبية القطرية. سعادة الدكتور محمد بن غانم المعاضيد، المدير العام الوفار. سعادة الأخ الدكتور قاسم بن إبراهيم المعيدي، رئيس الاتحاد السعودي للطب الرياضي. أصحاب السعادة الإخوة والأخوات، الزملاء والزميلات الفضيلات، الرؤساء وأعضاء الوفود دول مجلس التعاون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في هذا اليوم المبارك أن أرحب بكم جميعاً أجمل ترحيب تحف بنا عناية الرحمن، ونحن نلتقي في ربوع بلدكم الثاني دولة قطر الشقيقة في واحدة من اللقاءات الخليجية الهامة، ألا وهو المؤتمر الخليجي الأول للطب الرياضي، والذي يعقد في دوحة الخير. هذا المؤتمر الذي يأتي عقده بدعوة فاعلة وكريمة من مستشفى إسبيتار لجراحة العظام والطب الرياضي، وتفعيلاً لدوره كمركز خليجي مرجعي متعاون مع المكتب التنفيذي لمجلس وزراء الصحة دول مجلس التعاون. ها نحن من جديد بعون الله وتوفيقه نلتقي في دولة قطر الشقيقة، والتي طالما احتضنت الجهود الخليجية المتميزة المشتركة لتغمرنا بفيض كرمها وعطائها وتفاعلها البناء مع القضايا الخليجية الهامة واهتماماته تحقيقاً لأهداف مجلس وزراء الصحة لدول مجلس التعاون ومكتبه التنفيذي. فشكراً مرة أخرى على حفاوة الاستقبال والترحاب اللذين وجدناهما في دولة قطر الشقيقة من كافة المسؤولين في مستشفى إسبيتار لجراحة العظام والطب الرياضي، وهذا لا يسبب مستغرب من على حكومة الشعب قطر المضياف. فباسمي وباسم مجلس وزراء الصحة بدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي وباسم المكتب التنفيذي وباسمكم جميعاً نتوجه تحية الامتنان والتقدير والشكر إلى جميع منسوبي مستشفى إسبيتار لجراحة العظام والطب الرياضي، وعلى رأسهم سعادة أخي الفاضل الكريم الدكتور محمد بن غيث الكواري، مدير عام المستشفى، والذي يطيب لي أن أشيد بجهوده المقدرة في عقد هذا المؤتمر الخليجي الأول من نوعه للطب الرياضي، ودعم عقد مثل هذه الأنشطة العلمية المتميزة، واستضافة هذه النخبة المتميزة من الخبراء الدوليين والإقليميين والخليجيين في مجال الطب الرياضي، مما يعد إثراء هاما لهذا المؤتمر الحيوي وقيمة مضافة له ستنعكس على مخرجاته وتوصياته بإذن الله. وأشكر كافة الإخوة العاملين مستشفى إسبيتار، وكذا الإخوة والأخوات من السكرتارية والعلاقات العامة واللجنة العلمية واللجنة التنظيمية على جهودهم الملموسة في تنظيم هذا الحدث الخليجي الحيوي الهام. ويطيب لي في هذا المقام أن أتوجه باسمي وباسمكم إلى معالي الأخت الدكتورة حنان الكواري، وزيرة الصحة العامة دولة قطر، الأمين العام لمجلس الأعلى للصحة، على حرصها على عقد الفعاليات الخليجية ودعم البرامج التطويرية بالمكتب التنفيذي، إيمان معالي بأهمية تبادل الخبرات والمعارف الخليجية فيما بين دول مجلس التعاون. ونشكر تشريف سعادة الأخ الدكتور صالح علي المري بالنيابة عن معاليها في مشاركتنا في افتتاح هذا المؤتمر الحيوي الخليجي المعتبر. وشكري يمتد لكافة الضيوف الكرام من اللجنة الأولمبية القطرية واللجنة الطبية وأكاديمية أسبيتار للتفوق الرياضي واللجنة العلمية للاتحاد الدولي للطب الرياضي والمجلس القطري للتخصصات الصحية وكافة وفود دول مجلس التعاون المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر. إخواني وأخواتي الزملاء والزميلات، لا شك أن الطب الرياضي من التخصصات الهامة التي تتعامل مع شريحة كبيرة من الشباب في مجتمعاتنا، والذين أصبحت الرياضة تشكل نمطاً هاماً في حياتهم، سواء بطريقة اختيارية لبناء لياقتهم الصحية أو بطريقة احترافية تمس عملهم. ومن ناحية أخرى تشكل صحة الرياضيين والعاملين في مجال الرياضة عموماً والإصابات الرياضية خصوصاً في شتى الألعاب هاجساً هاماً لدى المهتمين بالرياضة لطبيعة هذا التخصص الحيوي الهام وأهمية التعامل مع هذه الإصابات واحتياجاتها إلى تناول علمي وطبي ونفسي وجسدي دقيق، إضافة إلى تنوع مجالات الطب الرياضي وصحة الرياضيين ودخول التكنولوجيا الحديثة في التشخيص والعلاج والتأهيل. كما أن المنظمات الدولية مثل منظمة الصحة العالمية والاتحاد العالمي للطب الرياضي واللجان الأولمبية تهتم بذلك اهتماماً فائقاً، ويلقى هذا التخصص الدعم الكامل على كافة المستويات. إن المكتب التنفيذي يضع هذا التخصص الهام في دائرة اهتمام مجلس وزراء الصحة لدول مجلس التعاون، ومن أولويات الأولى حيث تم مباشرة بعد زيارته لمستشفى سبيتار في شهر ديسمبر 2015 تحت رعاية سعادة أخي الدكتور محمد غيث الكواري، واجتماعي مع كبار المسؤولين بها والاطلاع على أنشطتها والوقوف على إمكانياتها، وهي مركز مرجعي متعاون مع المكتب التنفيذي في مجال الطب الرياضي. تم التوجيه مباشرة بعرض ما تم أخذت عنه هذه الزيارة على جدول أعمال الهيئة التنفيذية، والتي ستعقد اجتماعاتها غداً إن شاء الله في الرياض لاعتماد هذه التوصيات الهامة، والتي ستكون حجر الزاوية ونقطة الانطلاقة للاهتمام بالطب الرياضي على مستوى دول الخليج. ولا شك أن مستشفى إسبيتار هذا الصرح الخليجي الهام مؤهل تماماً للقيام بهذا الدور، بناء القدرات في مجال الطب الرياضي بدول مجلس التعاون وتبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات مع المنشآت الصحية المماثلة، وتعزيز التوجه الصحي الحياة بما يمكن أن اعتبار هذا المستشفى بإمكانياته الهائلة المتاحة والتي تعد الأولى من نوعها، تجعلها مركزاً متميزاً Center of Excellence في هذا المجال. ولا شك أن تطوير القدرات الخليجية في هذا التخصص الحيوي الهام وهو من أولويات المجلس واهتماماته. إخواني وزملائي، اسمحوا لي أن أقدم بعض الرسائل الهامة في هذه المناسبة الحيوية إضافة لما سيتمخض عنه مؤتمركم الهام. أولاً، ينبغي العمل بكل جهد نحو تعزيز الطب الرياضي في هذه المنطقة، حيث علينا أن نوفر الإعداد المطلوبة من الأطباء والمختصين والفنيين في مجالات صحة الرياضيين، والتي منها التغذية وعلم النفس وغيرها من المجالات الهامة. ثانياً، أهمية أن تتبنى وزارات الشباب والرياضة في دول مجلس التعاون إنشاء وحدات الطب الرياضي تخدم جميع الأندية الرياضية، وإنشاء مستشفيات متخصصة في الطب الرياضي على غرار مستشفى سبيتار لجراحة العظام والطب الرياضي في الدوحة قطر. ثالثاً، بذل الجهود اللازمة للتوعية والمجتمعية المكثفة بالطب الرياضي للتعرف على هذا التخصص عن كثب والاستفادة منه وقائياً وعلاجياً وتأهيلياً، ونشر الوعي الصحي والتوجه الصحي للحياة بين اللاعبين وفي الأندية. رابعاً، ضرورة اهتمام بطب علم النفس الرياضي لتحقيق الصحة النفسية والروحية ورفع المستوى الرياضي للممارسين وزيادة مستوى الدفاعية والتنافسية نحو تحقيق أفضل الإنجازات، وذلك من خلال مراعاة حاجات الرياضيين النفسية والروحية. خامساً، ضرورة تناول مشكلة استخدام المنشطات الرياضية وكذلك مشكلات المكملات الغذائية المصنعة والمضاف إليها الهرمونات ومحفزات الهرمونات الحيوانية بشكل أوسع لتحقيق التوعية اللازمة حول استخدام هذه المواد الضارة. سادساً، تشجيع البحوث التطبيقية بمختلف مجالات الطب الرياضي. سابعاً، العمل على إنشاء شبكة خليجية للطب الرياضي GCC Sports Medicine Conference تضم كافة المهتمين من أخصائيين وأطباء وفنيين ونفسيين وإداريين، على أن يكون مستشفى سبيتار هو محور هذه الشبكة الخليجية المعتبرة لتشكيل مرجعية الطب الرياضي في دول مجلس التعاون وتحقيق المفهوم الشامل للصحة العامة وسلامة ومؤونية البرامج والأنشطة الرياضية. ثامناً، أخيراً وليس آخراً، إمكانية أن تقوم مستشفى سبيتار والقائمين على الطب الرياضي بلعب دور ريادي والنموذجي في تفعيل الاستراتيجية العالمية للغذاء والنشاط البدني وأنماط الحياة الصحية DBS، والتي هي المحور الحيوي لمكافحة أمراض العصر وعلى رأسها الأمراض غير السارية. هذه بعض الرسائل إخواني وأخواتي وزملائي الكرام، أو إذا شئتم تسميتها توصيات حيوية هامة، أملا أن تضاف إلى ما يتمخض عنه مؤتمركم الهام والمحاضرات القيمة والتي سيقدمها خبراء المتخصصون في هذا المجال. وبالمناسبة كنت أتكلم مع أخي الدكتور قاسم المعيدي قبل دقائق، رئيس الاتحاد السعودي للطب الرياضي، فيا دكتور محمد غيث طلب يكون المؤتمر القادم يكون إن شاء الله في الرياض، فأنتم بدرتم الخير، وإن شاء الله يعني سلسلة الخير تستمر في دول مجلس التعاون. مرة ثانية أدعو لكم من أعماق قلبي أن يكلل الله سبحانه وتعالى جهودكم بالنجاح والتوفيق والخروج بتوصيات هادفة بناءة، ونحن معا نسير في طريق النجاح والتميز. وأتمنى لكم الإقامة السعيدة في بلدكم الثاني في دولة قطر، وعودة سالمة إلى بلادكم إن شاء الله عودا حميدا. وأسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يدفع عنا وعنكم كل ضراء وبأساء. In the end of my talk, I would like to say in just one statement that I am totally amazed and totally impressed by the high quality of this conference. This is the first conference in the GCC which considered the sport medicine and orthopedic problems related to the sport medicine. So this is a really amazing conference, and thank you, Dr. Mohammed Ghaith Al-Kawari and the rest of our Sbitar people that they organized. This is fantastic, and I am overwhelmed by this inspiration and the attendance of this very important conference. May Allah bless you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
قبل أن تبدأ فعاليات المؤتمر، يسعدنا أن ندعوكم لمشاركتنا تكريم عدد من الشخصيات البارزة والمتواجدة بيننا. نتشرف بدعوة كل من سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور توفيق بن أحمد خوجة، وسعادة الدكتور محمد غانم المعاضيد، والدكتور محمد غيث الكواري للصعود إلى المنصة. نبدأ بتكريم سبيتار لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور توفيق خوجة، أحد شركاء التعاون في انعقاد هذا المؤتمر. يسعدنا كذلك تكريم سعادة الدكتور محمد غانم المعاضيد، أحد رواد الطب الرياضي في دولة قطر. كما تعلمون فإن سبيتار هو مركز مرجعي معتمد من المكتب التنفيذي لمجلس وزراء الصحة لدول مجلس التعاون. يتقدم الدكتور خوجة بتسليم الدرع للدكتور محمد غيث الكواري مدير عام سبيتار. تفضل الدكتور توفيق خوجة بتكريم سعادة الدكتور محمد غانم المعاضيد، وتكريم آخر من الدكتور توفيق خوجة للدكتور محمد غيث الكواري. الآن أدعو جميع المتحدثين في المؤتمر للصعود إلى المنصة لالتقاط الصورة التذكارية. Please, may I ask all speakers in this conference to come on stage to have the group photo. Just the speakers, please. والأستاذ صالح المري، تفضل على لو سمحت.
Stick up front. Gotta get your face in. It's better to see your face on
We go down.
Yeah, come.
I'm trying to avoid.
We'll be there. This is a nice venue, huh? I think there's enough.
الآن أدعو الدكتور حكيم شلبي لبدء أعمال المؤتمر، متمنيين لكم كل التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues and dear friends, it's really an honor for me to be part of this first session for many reasons. The first one is I came in Qatar in 2007, and from this time we always talk about a network in GCC in sports medicine. And this is for me the first step that I can see really today. The second one is the title of the first session, the history of sports medicine in GCC, or let's say sports medicine in GCC. It's very important to understand that to build the future in sports medicine in GCC, start by recognize the history in each country of sports medicine. I think the different countries of GCC have a different history in sports medicine, and this is a subject of this first session. Now I need to put my glasses, because I arrived in Qatar without glasses, and now I need glasses. Let me introduce you the first speakers, Dr. Salah Al-Arti from Saudi. Dr. Salah Al-Arti is the chairman of the medical committee of Saudi Football Association. He's also an orthopedic and sports medicine consultant in Riyadh. He's a member of the AFC Medical Committee, where he's very active, as well as very active to build a network in sports medicine in GCC. The subject of his talk is the history of sports medicine in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أن الحمد لله وكفى وصلاة على نبيه الذي اصطفى. First of all, I like to everybody to excuse me that English is not my mother language, and it is difficult to present the history in Saudi Arabia in English. This means that it will not reflect the reality. But as far as we are in a scientific conference, I will present it in such way. I'm Salih Al-Harthi, orthopedic consultant, but I'm proud to be Saudi. I'm proud to be a citizen of this region. And I'm proud that I'm the team physician of one of the Asian pioneer in football. Okay. It's the Saudi team. We have been participate in 4th World Cup, and we get the award, the Asian Cup 3 times, and we play the final 2 times. The other important issue, I'm head of department of 160-bed orthopedic bed, which we known as Shimesi Hospital, and it started working in 1956. Sorry, this is the disclosure. Shall I bring it back? Okay. In Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of sport medicine providers. When we talk about sport medicine providers, the first of them is the medical affairs and the general presidency of youth and welfare. This was started in 1982, in the time where Prince Faisal bin Fahd, Allah yarhamah, was start this services. Also, we have the sport medicine, Saudi Sport Medicine Association, changed to be federation in the last 2 years, and also it's started in 1982. Prince Faisal Sport Medicine Hospital in 1986, and we have the medical committee, which I share in Saudi Arabian Football Federation. Also, we have a lot of orthopedic and rehabilitation physiotherapy department in the government and private and semi-private hospitals. We have also the Sports Science College, and we have the Saudi Anti-Doping Committee, and under all this, it's the Saudi Council of Health Specialists. Okay, the medical affairs department in the general presidency in Saudi Arabia, it's almost had a representative in about 22 regional or subordinate offices for the General Presidency, and it's participate with the Red Crescent in covering all matches and participations and championship. Also, they keep a medical record for most of the athletes registered in the clubs. وتقولون ليش يصير لازم يصير كذا، لازم يصير رئيسنا يا بروف. يعني دائما الحلول عند اصحاب القرار. طبعا هو عشان طويل وانا قصير هذه النقطه. Also we have it's as we mentioned, it's medically supervised the matching and championship in all the areas of Saudi Arabia, and it activate the mobile ambulance during sport participations. Also, they have prepared a periodical reports about the activities of the department and its achievement. Second is the Saudi Sports Medicine Federations. It was established as an association in 1982. It joined the Arab Sport Medicine Federation in 1983, and then it's joined the AFSM Asian Federation of Sport Medicine in 1991. It joined in 95 the GCC Sports Medicine Committee, and I think it's stopped earlier. It's no more there. I think Dr. Tawfiq, and they organized the 9th AFSM International Conference in Riyadh. And 2009, they have the award of Mohammed bin Rashid for sport creativity. One of their major tasks is to encourage national cadres to specialize in sports medicine, and they offer scientific and academic consultations. They increase health awareness and provide guidance among athletes and youth and in the community. They encourage studies, researches, publications, and they publish the Saudi Journal of Sport Medicine, which was the first scientific journal in the Arab countries. Also, they have published more than 40 books and booklets and periodicals. They organize yearly 2 to 3 training courses, which is more than 40 since they start, and they have the international local sport medicine seminars and more than 10 CBR training courses. Our third sports medicine provider in Saudi Arabia is the Prince Faisal Rahmatullah Alayhi Sport Medicine Hospital, which was established in 1986, which is provide preventive and therapeutics medical services to most of the athletes in Saudi Arabia. They ensure the medical and assist they ensure and assist the medical fitness of athletes participating in the international championship. And also they did provide 3 master degrees program 5 years back in sport medicine for physician, and sport physiotherapy for physiotherapists, and sport nutrition, which are conducted in collaboration with the British universities in the framework of the mutual understanding memorandum between Saudi Arabia and England. They regularly have internal courses for their staff, and they did symposium workshop for the communities, and they did periodically evaluations for the young athletes and supporting preparation for them for training. And also they provide evaluation and evaluating reports about the athletes and ability to and their health fitness to participate in sports events. Also in collaboration with the Sports Science College in King Saud University, they prepare records about the development and the status of the athletes. Medical committee, I don't have a lot to talk about it. I am in front of you if somebody wants to ask me questions. It's mainly concerned with football medicine and supervise all national teams and work as a medical advisory for all football clubs, which is more than 170, and their players, and annually prepare statistical medical feedback of the seasonal football tournament. They share opinion and recruit team physician and physiotherapists for national team clubs. Sorry for the people in my back because the slide is in my right side. We have a lot of government and private and semi-private hospital. When we say semi-private, they have the eligibility code like military hospitals, universities, and King Faisal specialized hospital. All these hospitals and university, they provide treatment and also educations and diplomas and subspecialty program. We have in King Saud University a sport traumatology subspecialties, and they have in the physiotherapy department a sport medicine subspecialty for physiotherapists. And I think Dr. Qasim, he created in Dammam University a sport medicine physiotherapy subspecialty. And also in the private, we operate a lot of sport surgery. It's around per month between 3,000 or 4,000 in Saudi Arabia. Sports Science College. It's a college. It's one of the first college was established when King Saud University. They have a department of exercise physiology, biomechanics, and pharmacology, sports psychology, and sports nutrition. They cooperate with schools, universities, different military and national teams, and clubs in formulating local parameters and different variation in practicing different type of sports. The Saudi anti-doping committee is one of the active committee in Saudi Arabia. Here in front of you is the figures since they start, and they have a lot of publications, and they are updating, I think, biannually the WADA prohibited list, and they have a lot of awareness brochures, and they have their magazine, which is not one of us. They have their president, who is very active and known to everybody here, is Dr. Saleh Gumbaz. Allah yasabbahu bil khair. They did hold 2 conferences in the last year. It was the 8th Asian Oceania Regional Intergovernmental Ministerial Meeting, and they did the Anti-Doping Law and Sport Conference in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. This is our Saudi Council for Health Specialty. I'm proud that I have been for 8 years the deputy head of the orthopedic board. Under the Saudi Council, we have a lot of programs and board in all the specialty and part of orthopedic. Recently, we start to have the sport medicine committee in Saudi Council of Health Specialty. Actually, we don't have till now any approved subspecialty program or even a board, but we are going to do, inshallah, in the coming years. It's the body which is giving the license and accreditation for all the medical practitioners in Saudi Arabia. So what do you expect from this conference, and why we are here, what we expect from Sbitar? Is it only conference? What I think we are here is to start to have a GCC sport medicine community. Because as we know, when we are practicing sport medicine now in our region, we are treating patients more than doing the right care for the patient, from the preventions, rehabilitation, and all this. We are not working as a teamwork. And I think we have still, although we are professionals in our specialty, but we are not professionals when we talk about sport medicine, which is a multidisciplinary specialty. Are we doing this conference, or we start working in sport medicine only to treat patients only, or to have a safe sport medicine practice in our region? I think this is the important question which you should answer at the end of this conference. What we should put in consideration when we start or when we think of sport medicine community in our region is that sport medicine is a recent medical science. The specialty and the region and the religion of the area and the Gulf countries and their habits and their traditions and all this should be put in mind. Sport practice versus professionalism. We know that in most of our sports activities we have the players who consider to be professionals, but those who's para player, they are not professionals yet in our country or in our region. Sport medicine practitioner is professionals, but they don't have the whole team always in their clubs or in their national teams. We should put in consideration our health system and its priorities. Most of our countries, we don't have the insurance, the general insurance for the populations, and part of them is the players, and we have a common problems and endemic problems in our region. This is a regard from my hometown, Taif. Shukran Qatar and Shukran Aspetar. Actually, my last slide, since Fajr prayer, I have a different feeling, and that's why I said ولي في الدوحة الغناء أهل يطيب النفس إذ طاب المقام لهم وبهم يهيم القلب حبا وتقرئهم مآقين السلام. دعيت لجمع هبت إليه عقول زادها الطب احتراما لقدوتنا وقادتنا علينا عهود لا نضيم ولا نضام.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. Let me introduce you the second speakers. Dr. Rima Al-Hossani. She's going to talk about highlights on sports medicine in United Arab Emirates, the road and challenges. Dr. Rima is a specialist in sports medicine. She was graduate in sports medicine in Nottingham University, but she has also a PhD in sports medicine. She is the head of the medical section in Abu Dhabi Police. She is also the deputy chairperson medical committee for the UAEFA and the head of the medical executive committee for the Abu Dhabi Police as well. She is very interested in epidemiology studies and injury prevention. She is a kind of pioneer in Emirates in sports medicine. Dr. Rima, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank the organizer for this opportunity, being here and sharing our experience with you. Thank you for the generous welcome and hospitality, and for this nice atmosphere. Actually, it's very difficult to go through challenges and everything in just 15 or 10 minutes. We will try to highlight a few main points, and I think all of us, we will agree by the end of this conference that we share the same challenges and the same obstacles. So I will highlight a few lines on histories, and then I will go on a summary analyzing like small studies done through our medical team. And while I'm talking, I will highlight some of the challenges we have. So as we know, all of us, sports medicine is growing all over the world. It's not strange that it will grow also in GCC country and in UAE specifically. So if we look into our history, sports actually was here. We start with the famous camel racing, and we are doing boat racing, and we are doing falconry, which is a very famous sport in our country. And if we look at the children doing sports, we can translate these sports into the new term of sports. So if we look at swing, it's like gymnastic. If we look at this one, it's like martial art. And if we look at this one, it's like hurdle jumping. So we have sports in Emirates, and we have it in GCC many years back. So I will focus on the soccer or football, as we call it, because it's the #1 sports in our country. And if we look into those old pictures, we can see that sports starts very early, and they used to play in the sand. And we have like teams with youth and young generation and children. And they are playing in very small area, and you can see the leaders also sitting and watching players playing. And with the huge revolutions, now we look at more green grass, and we look at better stadium, and we look at a huge competition has been conducted in UAE. We are hosting now many championships, and we are hosting World Cups also, and we are providing and proving that we have the strong infrastructure to host similar activity. So we move forward from giving like traditional medicine, herbal, and going to faith healers and treating our player into more advanced health infrastructures, looking at screening, examining the players before the game, after the game, during the game, and maybe giving very better emergency things to the players while they are playing, doing the games. So we have more than 22 types of sports all around the UAE. We are focusing also on women. Now sports among women is growing up. We have also activities among children, and we care about community. We have more activity among community. So looking at this information, which is taken from the General Authority of Youth and Sports Welfare, we have 32 sports federations, 6 women's sports, and 35 specialized clubs, 34 sports clubs, 2 sports associations, and 3 sports council, and 8 sports committees. So looking only at these slides alone, we can see that this is one type of challenge. We have sports council, each one of them have rules and regulation within one single Emirates, which may somehow some challenge to the rest and to the great federation also we have. So in the medical committee of the UAFA, we tried our best, first of all, to meet the team and to meet all the people around, to know to identify their needs. We are the new committee formed in 2012. All of us are volunteer. That's why it is one challenge we face. We have our own job, and we have to do this one in our extra time, and we have to give supports to all people around and in the sports club and the medical staff especially. So we managed in UAE to have the first Excellency FIFA Center approved in Garhoud. We met the medical staff. We put a CME plans to improve their level for the next coming 3 years. We managed to do like a 2 main workshop with FIFA, and by this workshop we were able to establish one study on the playing under extraordinary condition like heat, and from that one, after we finish the study, we will be able to put some recommendation and guidelines. We work in unified electronic injury record. We started that, and hopefully in future we will be able to do it for the rest of the club. We invite the Cleveland, who are the pioneers in cardiology in the whole GCC, and we are taking their participation towards cardiology examination. We set some policy and guidelines. We set a model sports clinic in 22 clubs, and this is supported by UAFA, and we participate in conferences, knowledge, in order to know other people, in order to see and identify our challenge as GCC countries. So this is a simple study profile. We have a time constraint because we distribute the questionnaire to the medical staff in the sports club 1 month before this conference, just to involve them in this one and to know and identify their needs actually. So we distribute a questionnaire to 3 sports clubs, and we ask them for demographic data, their work experience, and what they expect, what is their opinion about improving, and what do they need, and where they're constrained, and what is the impact level of the decision in sports medicine in UAE. Mainly it was in football, and it was distributed to all medical staff. So we get out of 33 sports clubs, we have a 21 participant, which is forming about 63.6% of the participant. Mainly the participants were from professional clubs, so forming like 61.9%. And we have participation from the women club, 2 of them, and 2 of them participate. I don't have the total number of academy in the UAE, but the participant academy within the clubs were 2, and we have 22 private sports academy teaching football in the whole UAE. So this is by own, it's another challenge also. The distribution of the medical staff involved in the questionnaire were 43 staff, and you can see the majority were physios. That's why it's a huge bulk, and we need to focus on this certain groups. We have only 5 sports physicians within the participating groups, and the rest of them, they were distributed among different specialty, and all of them, many of them were volunteer for hospitals, especially not for professional clubs, but for the first and second degree sports club. They don't have their own medical team. And if we look at the experience, we can see that all of them, they have enough experience in sports medicine. They work with the clubs, they work with teams, they travel with teams, they know everything. But the huge, like 45% of them, they have only less than 5 years of experience in UAE because they keep changing the medical staff. If the team lose, the blame is the medical staff. You need to change the doctor, you need to change the physio, you need to change whoever. And this is another challenge that we face in sports medicine. We ask them about their feedback in sports medicine in UAE. All of them agree that yes, it's growing rapidly. They know where to refer their patient. They know their role and responsibility, which is very important. And all of them indicate that communication is very important because these doctors are for national teams and they need to communicate with the clubs team physicians. Because you know the players are playing in the clubs and then they are playing in the national teams, so they need more communication. We asked them about the level of impact on sports medicine, and surprisingly, I thought that the administration and player has a strong impact, but all of them agreed that the medical committee and the team, they have the strongest impact on that, on the decision making in the sports medicine. So at the end, not all of them answer this question, but we can get some of the information from the asked question replied. That all of them, the one who answered, 30% of them, they requested for a workshop and conferences and to have more networking all over the clubs within UAE or outside UAE in order to improve the play, in order to improve sports medicine. And the constraints were similarly communication and conducting like training, conferences and workshop. And there is like 6% they re-emphasize of the importance of having a specialized center to treat all injuries. Because we don't have a specialized center to treat sports injuries in UAE, all injuries are referred to tertiary hospital. Yes, indeed, we have specialized people, we have good surgeons, but they are distributing here and there. You need just to follow the surgeon when he is quitting from one place to another. So if I list a few of the challenges, and I will keep you here with this last slide, The sports medicine is dramatically changed, and it's changed in UAE, changed in GCC. We have to cope up with that. It's very important to focus on the medical team. We need to know their numbers, the qualification, distribution. Financial impact is very important because some sports club can pay for team members. Some sports clubs can hire doctors, can hire sports medicine physio. But some clubs, they cannot, they need to take the help of any doctor or physios from other hospital. And these, they have different job, and they need to be, they just need to come on their free time to treat their players, which does not implement a consistency treatment for the player, which is very important. And then we have to focus on special group like women and children's sports. We need really a sports medicine association for the Gulf country, not only for sports medicine, but maybe we need to create a women sports medicine association for the Gulf country. We need to have a database for the whole GCC country. Shall we think about player file? Maybe we can do one standardized electronic player file. We can share it in the whole GCC countries. And let's look about these academies. We need to evaluate them, review them, and follow what they really, what do they really do for our children? Because the start is from this academy. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rima. The next speaker, coming from Bahrain, is going to talk about the Sports Medical Center in Bahrain. Dr. Rami Al-Mourmati, senior physiotherapist, and holding the position of Chief of Physiotherapy at Bahrain Olympic Committee. Please.
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Aspetar and all the organizers of this first GCC conference for the professional organizing of this conference today. As we are GCC citizens and Arabian Gulf citizens, we are proud today to be in Aspetar, one of the global reputation hospital among the world. And another proud of us, as we are GCC citizens, to know that Bahrain having the pioneer in establishing Sports Medicine Center since 1978 until today. I don't know if we are exactly the first among the Arabic nations or among the Middle East, but I think we are one of the first to establish the Sports Medicine Center. Back to history of Bahrain. It was called the land of immortality, the land of development. 600 years back, before century, Bahrain was called the land of immortality, as it was shown in the largest historical cemetery which is discovered in Bahrain. The people on civilization of Delmon and Tylos was keep their belongings on two-floor tomb, as they believe that they will live again and to be on land of life. Development on my kingdom is going on as the region in this area, people struggling for life through diving, pearl trade, agriculture, handicraft, and the development was going on even before the oil extrusion in Bahrain, which was in 1932. The first hospital on this region was opened in Bahrain in 1900, followed by a multi-specialist hospital, which is American Mission Hospital in 1904. Until now, it has exists. And as a development and belief of our rulers in Bahrain to develop the Bahrainis, the first school on Gulf was opened in 1919, which is Al-Hidayah School, then followed by female school in 1928. That was all before the oil extrusion, which the development take place more faster. And the first stadium of capacity of 17,000 is open and was named Isa Town Stadium by our previous Amir, Sheikh Isa bin Salman Al Khalifa. This stadium, which hosts the first Gulf Cup, and this Gulf Cup is still a competition until today between the Gulf country. But unfortunately, still Bahrain, we don't win Gulf Cup. It's a dream for us. This stadium, at that time, in 1968, with its professional facilities, gave the spark to establish the first sport medicine center. That was between our Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and that time was Crown Prince, and he was the head of the High Council of Youth and Sport. And here is Dr. Tom Rosendish from American Academy. This agreement was a start to establish the Sport Medicine Center in Bahrain in 1978. The agreement was to give service for the athlete through a Sport Medicine Center, as well as education program, which was 3 years to get diploma on physical therapy technicians for Bahrainis. This was the first staff from United States which was work in Bahrain, as well as educational program which was held for athletes, for coaches, including taping, first aid, and this is the first physiotherapist in Bahrain using underwater ultrasound. Another history start for Bahrain Sport Medicine Center when transfer under the umbrella of Bahrain Olympic Committee from Ministry of Youth and Sport to Bahrain Olympic Committee in 2012. And a strategy was held by our athletic president of of Bahrain Olympic Committee, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, which held a new logo, a new strategy, and a new vision for Olympic Committee, and one of the most important strategy to provide healthcare and support the National Sport Medicine Center in Bahrain. The structure of our Sport Medicine Center in Bahrain now is under the umbrella of Bahrain Olympic Committee, which is head by His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad, and General Secretary of Bahrain Olympic Committee. Then our Director of National Sport Medicine Center, Dr. Khalid Sheikh. Then we have the medical doctor, which is a doctor from specialized in sport medicine from Cuba. Physical therapist, we have 9 physical therapists, males, females. Then we have anti-doping section. Then we have the sport laboratory, including an advanced VO2 max and isokinetic test. And this is like a statistics shown the number of treatment sessions, and we notice like the increase of the number of treatment sessions per year after the new strategy of Olympic Committee, which applied to be in 2015 last year, we applied 5,800 physiotherapy sessions. Last year, in our National Day, Our Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa announced to the project of Sport Medicine Hospital. And a new history will begin as all the plan is now under construction, and Sport Medicine Hospital will take soon a place in Bahrain. With a cooperation will be held with the doctors from Finland, from Belgium, and from Cuba, as they are exist and start now. And from June this year, we will start to get a regular visitors of different specialist orthopedics in Bahrain. Here are some of the facilities which we have on the clinic. This is a VO2 max, this is isokinetic test, doctor's examination, some hydrotherapy, multi-current equipment. ممكن double click. Video. There was a video, like short video, to show the facilities on the clinic. Unfortunately, it does not work. And this is the plan of the project, which is now under construction, of Bahrain Sport Medicine Hospital, to hold a complete service as we have our all national teams player is covered also with full medical insurance, and this one will be in Rafah under Isa Town Stadium. Till then, wish to see you in this new center in Bahrain, and I would like to thank you again. Bahrain will always be the land of development, will be the land of pioneer, and the peaceful land between religions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Mohamed Ghais Al-Kouari from Qatar. Dr. Mohamed Ghais Al-Kouari is a consultant of preventive medicine and public health with a special interest in strategic planning of specialized healthcare services. He joined Aspetar in November 2012 as a director of Healthy Lifestyle Program, which he did build. Since April 2015, Dr. Mohamed Al-Kouari has led Aspetar as the acting general director. In addition, Dr. Mohamed continues as director of the Exercise is Medicine department, which aims to promote a healthy lifestyle in the community, and the Exercise in Medicine clinic services based at the latest hospital research and education. The title of the talk of Dr. Mohamed Ghais Al-Kouari will be Sports Medicine in Qatar, Aspetar Experience. Please.
Good morning again. I would like in this presentation is to show the Aspetar, which is acknowledged from the Office of Minister of Health and GCC as a GCC reference. So the experience of Aspetar will be presented as a story started from this place. We are just we are just next to a place and the institute, which we call it Sbetar. And if you have the chance to visit it, you can do this visit tomorrow. This institute describes themselves as a leader in sports medicine and exercise science. And they are putting this vision to be a leader at international level, starting from their leadership since 9 years from establishment of sports medicine. But the history of sports medicine is started before Sbetar as well in this country. So this hospital, which is accredited by different agencies from sport medicine and even healthcare services, and the most important thing is FIFA and IOC accreditation with the GCC accreditation and finally by accreditation Canada. The history of growth of this hospital is started from mid-90s. And if you see the stadium, which is next to this hall, we start there by putting the Sport Medicine Center in Khalifa Stadium. And it was at that time providing the health care for the athletes and especially for the major teams, football and field and track national teams. In 2007, a Sbetar main building established. And then a core of services that I will describe it in the coming slides started. Basic thing, sport medicine, orthopedic with radiology and physiotherapy. And in 2009, a major milestone happened to Sbetar. And that's why in my presentation I put Sbetar not as a hospital, as a sport medicine system. So establishment of National Sport Medicine Program with Qatar Olympic Committee is a major milestone to Sbetar to cover all the athletes in this country. And I will describe it even in the coming slides. In 2005 and 2006, a new expansion happened to the hospital, increasing the capacity in terms of the patient and the volume of covering many services in sport medicine, and I will show it as well. When Sbetar was established, Sbetar established to support the sport medicine on 3 pillars: clinical service, education, and research. And still it's connected. In each 5 years strategy of Sbetar, we focus on the 3 pillars. And the clinical model in Sbetar is integrated approach by putting more of injury illness management and rehabilitation and return to play, as well as performance enhancement, and finally injury prevention, which is a major milestone in this hospital also. So with this component, actually, we represent a comprehensive component of integrative approach of sports medicine. In terms of the service delivery, although it's a hospital, but we represent our hospital as the secondary care for the athletes, especially that the National Sport Medicine consider as a primary providers for the athletes in sport medicine in Qatar. And this is through certain club clinics and federation clinic for the national teams, and also in field care that we give it for the athletes, and Sbetar covering all these things. And the referral process from our colleague in National Sport Medicine program to their colleagues in the hospital is also a mechanism of referral representing Sbetar as a healthcare system. Our services is multiple services. It's beyond even certain services which is basic for sport medicine. and introducing certain services which is highly by highly qualified people who are working in Sbetar. For example, sport cardiology, sport groin center, injury prevention, as well as even the sport science, which is already integrated with the clinicians, and this is the component of performance enhancement. For the service milestone, it comes over the time. Actually, it's not developed all of a sudden. Yes, we grow from the basics till we add certain services. And in 2016, we are waiting for adding more services related to the cartilage, spine, and even some services related to the training by activation of our surgical training center, which is one of the centers that we can provide it for our colleague in GCC. Also, the growth in the publications. When we start in 2008 with the first publication from our colleague Dr. Bobovic, and then he kicked off the research process in this hospital till we find ourselves in a place that always Sbetar is presented in most of the medical journal related to the sport medicine. I will start to highlight certain services. National Sport Medicine Program, the first line and the strength of Sbetar. Actually, we cover federations and clubs, which is under the umbrella of Qatar Olympic Committee, and there are about 26 federations and 16 sport clubs. And this by having a clinic within each federation and the club, and this is led by a clinical director, which is a normally doctor, with a team from vary from doctor, physiotherapy, and sometimes nurses. And we have a system for this, because if we have a club with a single sport, it is totally different from a club with multiple sport. And if there is a federation, we calculate even the number of the registered player in each federation. So we have a quota for each club and federation, so we can formulate the team, and we have the infrastructure through Qatar Olympic Committee. They provided, and they structure it in each stadium or federation building, and we provide the service through these clinics. National Sport Medicine Center or program, they are even covering the events. As you know, that Qatar hosting multiple events. Some of them is very high-level international events. Like, for example, in last year we covered the Handball World Championship, the Paralympics, and Qatar and the World Boxing Championship. Also, we have frequent high-level competitions, and we cover this with the local competitions. For the international athletes, actually, Sbetar is providing even their services for some athletes who are not resident in Qatar. For example, we get some athletes from GCC for certain services, and even sometimes from different regions. And we can see the sharp increase in the international athletes visit, and how the number of the international athlete utilizing Sbetar services sharply increased in 2005. And the most important portion of our international athletes, they are coming from GCC. And some of them, they are national player in the GCC national teams. Here, what is the service Sbetar is providing for the GCC athletes? And we can see that in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait, they are the main client for our hospital when they're referred by their physician for more investigation and more treatment. If we can see even that the football is the most important sport that all of international athletes, they are coming. However, in the last year, with the increase in the international athlete, and this is a good sign, we have a lot of players who are coming from handball and field and the track, which means that we are even covering the other sports. For the events, Sbeitar provides certain services for certain teams. And Sbeitar medical team, they start with the Algerian team in South Africa 2010, and then they present with the Algerian team and the Ivory Coast team in 2014 in Brazil. We have some major clients through some certain agreements. Either they are a club from GCC country, or either they are from national teams and some clubs from Europe. And we have even a partnership with Asian Federation, Football Confederation for education. And we have another training sessions coming this year for the physiotherapist. For surgeries, actually, Sbeitar is providing a variety of surgery. And it's not limited only for the knee surgery. We have the ankle surgery, hand surgery, shoulder surgery, and also groin surgery, which is very important services that Sbeitar provided for athletes, especially footballers. One of the strengths even of Sbeitar is the athlete screening and the sport cardiology that we are providing for all athletes. So a pre-season screening happen for the injuries and for the cardiology, and decision about disqualification of the athletes is happen frequently. And this services is even utilized by certain GCC federation and the clubs. Sport and exercise science, different specialty. They are working for the performance enhancement and the integration between the sport nutrition, podiatry, sport psychology, and physiology is our services that we provided in one site. Our altitude rooms, which is utilized by many teams, and some of them, they are international teams. And this is one of our services that we provided to increase the performance or either to adaptation to the high altitude. Exercise medicine and the application of exercise for treatment and the prevention of disease is another aspect that we are working at beyond the sport medicine. And actually we provide this in exercise program and the prescription for the patient who need to be active to maintain their health or to manage their health problem. And this has happened in integration approach between the medical and the sport scientist. For our educational program, as I said, that we are not only clinical service provider, we are even providing the education opportunity. And there are a variety of medical training and allied health training. We offer it over the last 5 years in our last 5 years strategy. And starting from the fellow for orthopedic surgeon and the fellowship for sport medicine physician and the normal training for residency program and medical schools that we offer it. And also we have the physiotherapy and different sport science and sport science research position that we can offer it every year. Sbeitar hosted, as they have a partnership with many international agencies, we hosted many conferences and many courses which is highly specialized. One of the best courses that we offer it is the IOC Advanced Team Physician courses. We offered it last year in collaboration with the IOC Medical Committee, and also the prevention of cardiac death in elite athletes. Our Sport Surgical Training Center, which is recently opened, and it's on-site training we provided for the surgeons, and it's on cadaver. And I think this is a good opportunity for training. We can offer it for the surgeon in GCC. Exercises medicine certification, which is from the American Academy of Sport Medicine. We offer a 2 days course for physicians and allied health like physiologists. They can utilize these services, and over the last 1.5 years, we offer 5 courses, and the good sign that we have some physicians and some allied health specialists from GCC that are participating in this, mainly from Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. For our new research lab, which is focused mainly on the research physiology, and this is very important milestone for Sbetar to enhance the performance and to add the knowledge in performance enhancement and adaptation for the training. And actually the publication has been increased from the start to reach 119 publication in the last year. Another publication, our journal, which is led by Dr. Popovich, Sbetar Sport Medical Journal, and it's a good journal to give a very concise review article for you about different topic. In each issue, we focus in something which is related to the local sport. If we host one championship which is related to boxing, we will focus on the boxing-related injury. And this is a good invitation for you even to visit our website to see the articles, and we have some abstract which is already translated to Arabic. In my final slide, I would like just to remind ourselves about the importance of being a GCC reference center. And being as a GCC reference center, with the establishment of a new sport medicine center in other GCC country, we would offer an open invitation for you to take from a Sbetar experience and to take chance to see even the educational and the clinical services opportunity that will help you to increase your performance in your new centers. So this is my final message for everybody. Thank you very much.
Question. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I would like to invite all the speakers to come in the podium. We have 15 minutes of question before the coffee break. Is that right? Okay. Please, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Rima, Dr. Salah, and our friends from Bahrain. Thank you for this great highlight of sports medicine in your country. Any question? Do we have a microphone for the people who want to ask some question?
This is the mic.
Please, if you can announce your name and where you are from, please.
السلام عليكم. عبد الله الرحومي فيلوشيب فيلو في سبورتس ميديسن. سؤالي الدكتورة ريما الحوسني بس عندي سؤال. I'm sorry, I'll ask my question in English. So my question is about how many doctors or sports medicine specialists do you have in the UAE? And in addition to that, what certain measures are you going to take to overcome the difficulty? I know that's like, for example, we're not like Qatar or Bahrain where they have certain structures. We don't yet have our established center or sports medicine facility. So are you taking any measures to overcome this obstacle?
Yes, thank you for your question. As you know, in Emirates, we have different types of physicians. We have local and we have expat. Of course, in expat we have, I don't have the actual number statistic for these physicians, but most of the doctors given treatment and service in sports medicine, they are actually not sports physician practically. If we talk about local, because I have the numbers, because you can count them in your hands, we have 2 females only, and we have 3 specialized local Emirati in sports medicine, which means that it still is growing and we need more and more physicians. What we are trying to encourage is through the association to encourage physicians to go into subspecialties, because you know sports medicine now it's a new field. People still they cannot understand what sports medicine means. When I'm telling them I'm a sports physician, they said, you are Ustad Riyada, yani they think I'm doing some Riyada. So through this collaboration, because we spoke last time in the AFC, maybe we can use the program which is available in the GCC countries, especially those programs provided by Aspetar, to encourage more people to go on. And we are trying to get some memorandum of understanding between us and other universities in the world, at least to book some chairs for our physician to go for subspecialization. We are working on that. It's not easy. It's very challenging. That's why I said we need a database for the medical record.
First table, please, Iman. For the excellence.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you so much once again. I really have been very well taken by the 4 eminent speakers, and at least we know what is going on in the GCC, and I appreciate the efforts in all GCC countries, but we have to acknowledge the leadership of Aspetar in this area. So I am asking my brother, Dr. Saleh Al-Harthi. He is the chairperson of Medical Committee, Saudi Football Federation. We see there is a great message from Dr. Kawari that this is a GCC reference center for research, for education, and for services. But for me, as a decision maker, I am looking not only for services, I am looking how can we utilize their expertise in capacity buildings of our needs in other GCC countries. Saudi Arabia, as it was seen in the slide, they are the most frequent user of Aspetar, okay? And it's a huge country. Why not to have a collaboration between you and Aspetar in capacity building, in training, in further development of our capacities in the GCC? Saudi Arabia is an example. I would like to see what is your response, Dr. Harthi.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. Actually, we have been sit together, I think, a year back with Dr. Muhammad for this, and still in the line of treatment, we did have collaboration with Aspetar, but I don't think in an education party or training party, still we don't have any collaboration. We plan for this. That's why I think Aspetar can be the nucleus of a sport medicine community in the Gulf. As far as, let's say, it's really practicing the multidisciplinary sport medicine practice. But yes, and this is a good question, and I like Professor Tawfiq to give the message to our Ministry of Health that the priority of sport medicine in our countries. Still, sport medicine is a recent specialty, and I know our ministries of health, they have more than sport medicine to have, but if they have it in their agenda, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. Next question, sorry.
Dr. Ziad Reyes, consultant sports medicine from Saudi Arabia. I really would like to thank all the speakers. My question is, Aspetar as a center of excellence, there is a history of sport medicine in each and every country. Like for instance, Bahrain, they are very famous in their Formula One racing, and they were the first there. And I'm sure UAE are also having a lot of experience in different specialty. In addition to Saudi Arabia is very advanced in orthopedic surgeries and what have you. So how can we make a collaboration where we have our past experience in front of us and give each and every country their focus and their area where they are exceeded in their history. I understand Aspetar is exceeding in most of the specialities, but I think, how can we do that?
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, I think that the main challenge in GCC is sometimes about the coordination between the centers and the plan. And I think this one, it should be at a higher level, especially if Dr. Tawfiq will take this issue and tackle it with the higher authorities. But there are a lot of challenges which is related even to qualification and getting people engaged in this specialty. As you know, for example, for orthopedic, to have some training in sport orthopedic has become now maybe a common practice between the orthopedic surgeon and GCC. However, still the sport medicine is one of the specialty that rarely entered by the physicians or a newly graduate physician in the GCC. I think that this one, it would be even the main challenge is to build the capacity to deliver the services for the sport medicine in the long run. It's not only about the physiotherapy, about the surgeon, it's about giving the care to the athletes through the sport physician. So I think by having a basic services for sport medicine in each center with some specialization for each center and the referral system, it would be the good system for coordination, because we shouldn't waste the resources and we should consider even the volume of the patient, because the registered athletes is still very small in certain countries, and you have to expand it even to see those who are a recreational athlete at the high level and to include them in your sport medicine practice.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Just before the last question, Dr. Ima did provide us at the end of her talk lots of good ideas, I mean, to move forward on this collaboration. Because from the time that I'm in Qatar, we always talk about a GCC Sports Medicine collaboration. But what is really the network in sports medicine in GCC on your vision in Aspetar, Dr. Mohammed?
Yeah, actually, as I stated from the last slide, it's an open invitation for everybody to explore the opportunities, how they can work with Aspetar for the best of the sport medicine in the GCC. We have a different area of strength, and we are happy to collaborate with them.
Thank you. The last question before the small break.
Dr. Mahmoud Jufeli, Sports Medicine Chairman of the Oman Olympic Committee. My question to you has, Dr. Kawari, has Aspetar leadership considered having many Aspetars in other GCC countries so we can enhance the collaboration among different countries? I called it mini Aspetars, like a smaller Aspetar somewhere else outside Doha.
Okay, this is a good suggestion, but it should be studied very well about it, how we could collaborate. But I think the translation of the experience and having a special support is a good start between the Aspetar and the other centers in terms of sharing the experience. But this one is a good suggestion.
Okay, last question coming from my left.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Muhammad from Saudi Arabia. Doctor, I want to ask you about the courses, and you said you can help, Aspetar can help for everybody. So I want to ask if it's available for courses for us like a student, and if available courses, is it free or not? Thank you.
Actually, these training, especially for medical students, we have agreement with the universities, and it should done between the university and the hospital. So once the agreement is agreed between the both party, the student, they can utilize this, and more information you can get it from our medical education director, Dr. Paul Dijkstra, and I will just guide you for him.
Yes, Dr. Imam.
I will just add one last comment, if it's possible. I know you have a lot of training program, but are we able to make like a really subspecialty program, a well residency training program for GCC, and for example, we can allocate certain posts for each country, like 3, 4, 5 or whatever, and we take batches by batches every year. And then since you are the reference hospital and you have the infrastructure very well built.
For residency program, still it should be acknowledged by the main council for the specialty. And as the most of the countries, they are following either their national board or the Arab board. So they have to be accredited from these higher body. And we can do this in collaboration by putting like accredited fellowship for it.
I would like also to suggest if this conference, like a GCC conference, will be continue, as because of the sports medicine center in each country maybe belong to different either Olympic committee or some maybe other country belong to just complete private or under Ministry of Health and Sport. That's why my suggestion, and I wish that will be more cooperation between Sports Medicine Center, and to be aside of this conference, a meeting of the head of Sports Medicine Center in our region.
Okay, thank you. We have to stop now. We're not going to fix the network right now, but it's a good step. It's first session. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all the audience. We'll not have a break because we have to move on the next station. So please stay on board. Thank you.
ضيوفنا الكرام، سوف نأخذ 10 دقائق للاستراحة، ونبتدي الحصة الثانية الساعة 11:10 إن شاء الله.
means something. And these individuals in are an average group of individuals. You may have a little 8-year-old ballet dancer still doing 18 hours of exercise a week, or you may have a 7'6" black African basketball player again doing 15 hours of exercise a week. And the physiological demands requires that athletes heart to pump a VO2 max of frontline screening. So we essentially do a personal examination and a 12-lead ECG, and that's where I'm going to stop because my other colleagues will take this further on. ECG peculiarities. Believe me when I say that this screen is strikingly abnormal. So remember that ECG picks up 90% of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's also good. ECG, if we have a and potential. The problem that we face, and I go back to my original point, is that athletes are an abnormal group. So when you look at this ECG and you've got these funny squiggles in front of you, how do you put that into context? Well, the European Society of Cardiology came up with a traffic light system. Green, which are features that are common in athletes, and red, which are abnormal features you should lend suspicion towards cardiac pathology. The problem is that these red ones here, how do we actually know if there's any evidence, any scientific evidence that all of these are related to pathology? And one of the big negatives against screening is the number of false positives, which is the number of ECGs to present and you're not sure about it. It's a peculiar ECG. And there's an expensive downstream cascade of expensive tests like echocardiography and cardiac MRI and stress testing, Holter. All these things weigh on the mind of the athlete. So how can we actually be sure that what is normal and what is abnormal? But the problem with these guidelines is they're based upon consensus. They're not evidence-derived. And when the Italians applied it to their population, out of 32,000, they found 11% or almost 12% had an abnormal ECG, but under 1% actually had confirmed pathology. So again, 10% had a false positive ECG and expensive follow-up tests. The other thing that we find, and we see this a lot in all of the athletes across the GCC, is a huge influx of international migration. You have athletes from Africa, the GCC, the Far East, the subcontinent, North America, Brazil, large amounts of Brazilian footballers, all coming to play sport in the GCC. And let me tell you, you see a large array of wonderful different ECGs, and they're all normal. We were going to have a look at things that were associated with pathology and things that were associated with physiology. And I'll have a look at T-wave inversion, just briefly here, and long QT. Now, this is a black athlete with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, and the red points are bad things, and the yellow is sort of amber, like an amber traffic light, shall we say. But we also see these amber things in 23% of our African athletes. And again, I go back to my point. It's statistically impossible for 23% of our black African athletes to have pathology. So what is the true association between T-wave inversion and pathology? Well, this is the Aspetar experience. And you can see here that the blue bars are Arabic, the green bars are Caucasian, and the red bars are our black African athletes. And you can see the different locations. We know that ethnicity plays a key role of where you see these T-wave inversions. So again, when you look at the ECG, you have to put it into context. We'll take a look at the long QT, which is the contraction and the repolarization of the heartbeat. Ba-boom, and it recharges. Ba-boom, and it recharges. Okay, and there's a duration period of that. In England, we took 2,000 athletes going to the Olympic Games, and we studied them, and we found that those athletes had a very, very prolonged QT. Okay, if they had paradoxical QT prolongation during exercise, or they had a genetic mutation, or they had this pathology in a first-degree relative, and history is key, that was suspicious of cardiac pathology. But anything under 500 milliseconds was not very sensitive, not very specified either. So we applied that to some criteria. Hang on, is it not working? So what we did is we got together a group of experts from around the world, and we called it the Seattle Conference. And if you want to see these guidelines, go to the British Journal of Sports Medicine, and we produced 3 sets of criteria. Normal ECG findings in athletes, physiological adaptations, abnormal suggestive of electrical disease, and abnormal suggestive of cardiomyopathy. So if you have an athlete in front of you and you are unsure about how to interpret this ECG, you will find 3 sets of ECG criteria from there. But importantly, how did this new criteria perform? Well, we took our Arabic population, and against the old recommendations which I showed you, which showed a 19%, we were able to reduce the percentage of false positives to under 10%. In our whites, it went from 18 to 8, and our blacks, it went from 30 to 16. So getting better, but still not still not good enough. So we're sort of moving away from consensus and getting more towards evidence-derived criteria, but I still believe we can make this better. So we took some other findings on the abnormal category, and these are called atrial enlargement, right axis deviation, right ventricular hypertrophy, and we used our calculations to say, well, actually, how sensitive are these? Everyone says it's a red warning light, but actually, how red warning light are they? And we found that they're about about half of our athletes that have an abnormal ECG have these features. But we compare them against our athletes and about 9,000 controls from a hospital in St. George's in London, and we found no structural abnormalities in any of the athletes presenting with those features. So should they not now be taken out of red and put into green? We think so. We also did the same for right ventricular hypertrophy. Again, we followed them up with a large number of athletes and controls. Again, long-term follow-up over a number of years, we didn't find any pathology. Again, moving from red to green. So we decided, actually, life is not black and white, it's sort of a bit grey. So you can take a photo of this, and this is going to be published soon, in the next couple of months, in 3 major cardiological journals. Hopefully, the European Society of Cardiology, the Journal of American College of Cardiology, BJSM, and Heart. And we decided that actually it is like a traffic light system. There are things here that are actually clearly abnormal. But also, athletes present with some pretty normal ECG findings. But there's this borderline area where we decided if you had it in isolation, you move to the green box. If you had it with 2 or more of these, with one of these red ones, you move to the red box. How did this actually compare? The most important thing with this study is we compared it with athletes that had pathology. So we compared it to 103 people in a cardiomyopathy clinic, and we found this, that actually the new criteria was able to lower in whites, blacks, down to 11%, but it still remains sensitive and specific to identifying cardiac pathology. How did this apply to our Arabic athletes? Well, here's the crux of the argument. With this new refined criteria developed in Aspetar, we were able to identify, we've taken 22% of the abnormal ECG criteria from the European Society. About 3 years ago, we had the Seattle with the new refined criteria. We are now showing that overall, we have about 5% of athletes with an abnormal ECG compared to 22 in 2010. In black athletes, it's now 10%. In Arabs, we're down to the lowest point of 3.6. This is the lowest Arabic figure we've ever seen. And in our white athletes, we've gone from 18 to 2%. So again, we are cost-saving the GCC community. We now know that these athletes who have these ECG patterns actually aren't in the red box, are on the green box and saving considerable time. But the most important point, the new refined criteria is 100% sensitive, and our specificity has improved from 76 to 94%. So I go against the Americans as saying that ECG is not cost effective. I find that ECG peculiarities in athletes are extremely common, and if interpreted correctly, you can have a low false positive rate. And it's important because sports medicine physicians out here in the community are working with athletes, and when you have an athlete who has a 100,000 euro contract a month, it's important to get the ECG correct in the interpretation, and it's essential to take a look at the athlete's ethnicity first when you do your ECG interpretation, because different rules apply for different ethnicities. Thank you.
It was almost all fantastic except the end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matthew. Now we call on the stage Dr. Maria Carmen Adamus, that is a Spanish cardiologist with special focus, of course, in sport cardiology. She's a consultant of cardiology in the Aspetar Athlete Screening Center, and she has a vast experience with screening of athletes, but also on the field in top-level competition in Europe. And today she will talk about preventing sudden cardiac death in athletes. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you, Cristiano. I think it's working, this microphone.
Can you activate the microphone?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be invited as speaker in this conference. So thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Popovic, for this invitation. I have no disclosures. The sudden death of a young and apparently healthy athlete is always a devastating event. frequently highlighted by the media that draws the attention to the youth of this population. Apparently high number of life years lost accounts for the causes of the disaster, the tragedy, and compels the medical society and sport governing bodies to develop and implement effective preventive strategies. The cardiac screening of athletes, I think it's not working well, this microphone.
Let's go with this one. Leave it down. Leave it down. I think it's working. Just leave it down.
Okay, that's it. Can you hear me now better? Yeah. Thank you. The cardiac screening of athletes and the appropriate management of athletes with cardiovascular condition, including eligibility decisions, are together with the emergency plans in the event of a cardiac arrest in the field of play, the three key strategies to prevent the sudden cardiac death in sport. And we saw in this presentation, we will review very briefly the epidemiology and main causes of sudden cardiac death in sport. And we will focus in the role of the pre-participation cardiac screening, the best and most appropriate methodology for the screening of athletes. And I will review also with you the outcome, the clinical outcome of the Aspetar cardiac screening program. The incidence of sudden cardiac death in sport is range from 1 to 4 athletes out of 100,000 per year. But maybe this is underestimated. We do know that there are some sports in which the incidence can be as high as 1 out of 11,000 players. And we saw that black athletes and also male are at higher risk of sudden cardiac death. But the relevant question is, do really athletes have a higher risk of sudden cardiac death than non-athletes? And the answer is yes. Studies conducted in Italy, France, and in the States have demonstrated that the athletic population have 3 to 4-fold greater risk of sudden cardiac death. Sudden cardiac death, non-traumatic sudden cardiac death, occurs always in athletes with an underlying cardiac condition predisposing to life-threatening arrhythmias. The sport participation is not per se the cause of sudden death in these athletes. It's just the trigger for these ventricular arrhythmias in players with an underlying cardiac condition. In this setting, the cardiac arrest can be the first and only manifestation of the disease. This is why it's very important, despite having in place a good pre-participation screening program, also to implement emergency plans in all the sport venues in the event of a cardiac arrest of these players. Look at these figures. This is the prevalence of the diseases associated with sudden cardiac death in sport. Maybe 3 to 7 out of 1,000 players may have a cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death. So how can we recognize those players that may have a cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death? This is the role of the pre-participation cardiac screening. But so far there is no consensus on how best screen athletes to recognize those with an underlying cardiac condition that may predispose them to a cardiac arrest. The basic cardiac screening advocated by the American Heart Association is based only in the history and physical examination. The history is very important. Family history is very important. We do know that the most common causes of sudden cardiac death in sport are cardiomyopathies, also channel diseases. All these are inherited conditions. They are familial disorders. So it's relevant to recognize athletes that may have a family history with one young relative with cardiac condition or who dies suddenly before the age of 50, because these athletes may also have the same condition. symptoms. It's very important to recognize athletes that may have a cardiac condition if they present symptoms. Dizziness, shortness of breath, chest pain, syncope during exercise. These are very warning symptoms that may help us to recognize athletes with underlying cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death. But unfortunately, up to 80% of the players who die suddenly of cardiac arrest never presented any warning symptoms. So we can't rely on symptoms to pick up athletes with heart conditions. The physical history, the physical examination will always add some value to this model of screening, but overall, the sensitivity of this screening model is very low, and up to 60% of the players with underlying cardiac condition will not be identified if we use the American Heart Association recommendation for screening athletes. The European Society of Cardiology advocates for the addition of the electrocardiogram as an important tool to recognize athletes with cardiovascular condition. And a recent meta-analysis have demonstrated that the ECG is the most efficient technique to recognize athletes with underlying cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death. Actually, the sensitivity of the screening program based in ECG can be as high as close to 100%. This is the electrocardiogram of a 26-year-old female basketball player. She's from the States, came to Aspetar for a screening. She was completely asymptomatic, no family history of heart disease or cardiac condition, and the physical examination was normal. The ECG was very abnormal, demonstrating a T-way inversion in inferior and in lateral leads, highly consistent with a possible cardiomyopathy, and specifically hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is the most common cause of sudden cardiac death in athletes. And this is what it was demonstrated later on in the echocardiography and the cardiac MRI that we did in this athlete. Unfortunately, this athlete underwent several times screening in the state following the American Heart Association model that was unable to recognize the cardiomyopathy. This is the Italian experience from which the European Society of Cardiology took the idea of including the electrocardiogram as a very important tool in the screening of athletes. In Italy, the screening of athletes, including an electrocardiogram, is mandatory since 1979. During 25 years' experience, the incidence of sudden cardiac death in athletes in Italy dropped from 3.6 to 0.4, just with the implementation of this screening program. That means 90% reduction in the incidence of sudden cardiac death in athletes. This is the most important evidence regarding the role in the reduction of incidence of sudden cardiac death in sport with a screening program, including physical examination, history, and electrocardiogram. And why the electrocardiogram is so powerful to pick up athletes with underlying cardiac condition. We saw that the electrocardiogram is abnormal in 90% of athletes with cardiomyopathies that are the most common causes of sudden cardiac death, but also is abnormal in most of the ion channel diseases. These are arrhythmic disorders. In both cases, we can pick up athletes, yes, we can identify them, yes, because they present abnormalities in the electrocardiogram. Let's say that we are around 1,000 people in this room. The prevalence of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is the leading cause of sudden death in sport, is 1 out of 500. The complete phenotype of the disease is demonstrated in 1 out of 500 people. That means that 2 of us have hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. But 1 out of 200, up to 5 people in this room, may demonstrate an abnormal ECG as a result of an incomplete penetrance of the disease. And this is the same prevalence that we see in athletes. Some international governing bodies, such as FIFA, recommend the inclusion of an echocardiography as a routine in the performance of the the screening of athletes. Still, this is not recommended by the medical societies, but we have to admit that may add some value to the outcome of these screenings, especially because one of the also very important conditions associated with sudden cardiac death, anomalous coronary arteries, that if you see here, up to 70% of the cases of sudden cardiac death in athletes are due to this abnormality, can be picked up with an echocardiogram if this is performed by a very experienced technician or cardiologist in athletes without any other symptoms. Unfortunately, in this setting, the electrocardiography alone is not powerful enough to help us in pick up this condition. So, what is the experience and what are the learning points of the Aspetar cardiac screening program? So far, we performed around more than 11,000 cardiac screening, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to present to you only the data from the last more than 4,000 screening, around 3,000 athletes. And I'm going to take only this data because these are the athletes that we did the screening using the new refined criteria that my colleague already explained to you. So with the new refined criteria and a more comprehensive echocardiographic protocol, which are the outcome of the cardiac screening program that we do in Aspetar. Our athletes were always screened following the ECG screening principles: history, physical examination, and ECG. But we also add an echocardiography, not only when clinically indicated, but also in a systematic group of athletes that when the federation requested, for example, in football players, where FIFA always requests the echocardiography. That accounts for around 35% of this population. Further investigation, like a Holter or a cardiac MRI, exercise test, were done only when clinically indicated, always in a timely manner, allowing that players coming from abroad just for cardiac screening can complete all the evaluation in the first 24 hours. Well, 5.7% of this population had a significant cardiac condition. From this group, 5%, the cardiac condition was not considered to be associated with sudden cardiac death, but these players are currently under follow-up. All return to play, all are playing, but under cardiology follow-up. Most of them have valve abnormalities or very, very abnormal electrocardiogram without demonstrating the complete phenotype of one cardiomyopathy. We do know in our experience that following these athletes, with the time they can demonstrate the phenotype and they maybe need to be disqualified in the future. A number of athletes, 22, accounting for 0.7% of this population, had a cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death. Appropriate management of this athlete doesn't mean that all of them will need to be non-eligible. And actually, we have 3 players that were able to return to play with appropriate management, while 19 of these players were considered non-eligible. And here you have something very important for us, which is the prevalence of cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death in this population. The most common causes are cardiomyopathies. The most common of them, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. But look at these figures. 80% of this population had an abnormal coronary artery implantation. 14% abnormal aortic root or standing aorta. These 2 pathologies are mostly identified through the echocardiography. That means that if we don't do the echocardiography as a routine in 33% of this population, we should have missed most of them. So we think that probably the echocardiography, in addition to the ECG, should be considered also as a part of the screening. And currently, our new protocol includes an echocardiography almost in the first screening in every single athlete coming to Aspetar. The prevalence of sudden cardiac condition associated with sudden cardiac death in our population is 1 out of 134. And that means this is the number of athletes that may be at risk of sudden cardiac death. In summary, the incidence of sudden cardiac death in sport may be not to be very high, but the prevalence of diseases associated with sudden cardiac death in our population is really relevant. And 1 out of 134 athletes may be at risk of sudden cardiac death. Pre-participation cardiac screening based in ECG is effective to reduce the incidence of sudden cardiac death, but when possible, we think that the addition of an echocardiography, ideally in the first screening, should be considered. A number of athletes have a cardiac condition that require a specialist follow-up by a trained sport cardiologist to ensure safe competition and to prevent disqualification when not necessary. And finally, national and international registers are necessary to provide a better epidemiological and etiological approach to sudden cardiac death in the GCC region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carmen. So, third lecture of the session, Dr. Steven Target, that is my colleague in the Sport Medicine Department of Aspetar. He's a British sport medicine physician, but he spent a significant part of his life in the fantastic land of New Zealand. He's the clinical lead of Aspetar Athlete Screening Center, and therefore I think he's the best person to talk about Aspetar Athlete Screening Model.
Right, thank you very much, Cristiano. So my talk today is going to be about the periodic health assessment of athletes and to look at the Aspetar screening model. So I have no disclosures to make. So I'm going to divide my talk into 3 sections. The first one is to look at factors to consider when designing a template for a periodic health assessment, to look at the Aspetar screening model for professional footballers, and finally to go through some of the lessons we've learned for performing PHAs at Aspetar. So when you're designing a screening program, there are 3 questions you need to ask in order. The first one is, why are you screening in the first place? What are you looking for? Then you need to consider the population you're looking at, so who you're looking at. And when you've done that, you can ask, how can I perform this? So probably the most basic question when you're doing a screening program is it going to make the sport safe? And that's cardiac screening. That's already been covered by Carmen very nicely. So probably the three most other common questions to ask when you look at a screening program is to review the current injuries and illnesses. For example, an athlete who plays a jumping sport has persistent patellar tendinopathy, to see his current symptoms and to check he's doing his rehab program properly. And someone with asthma to check their symptoms and also using their medication. To identify occult illness or injury. Now, those of you that deal with athletes know they don't always tell the truth. So sometimes you only find about that niggling groin pain they've had the last 6 or 8 weeks at a one-on-one assessment as part of a periodic medical. And also, it could be true conditions that are not known about, like iron deficiency anemia, that may affect performance. And finally, the other common reason to perform a medical is to identify risk factors for injury or illness. And a lot of research has been done to this over the last few years, particularly to look at risk factors for the common injuries like ACL injuries and hamstring injuries. But there are several reasons why this may not be a successful strategy to identify people who are going to get injured. So the first thing is that a few modifiable risk factors have been described, the commonest ones being previous history of injury or age, or female gender in ACL injuries. The second one is the cutoff values of some of these tests are not that discriminatory. So, for example, the drop squat tests for ACL injuries, no matter where you draw the line for the value of the test, there are always some false positives or false negatives. A third thing is, over time, things change. So when you look at an athlete pre-season period before they start training, you assess them again immediately pre-season, and towards the end of the season, things will look different. And the final reason is that for each injury, with, say, for example, an ACL injury, there are several different issues that can cause an injury. So it could be getting fatigued towards the end of the season, it could be the interaction between the shoe and the surface they're playing on, or it could be because they get knocked while they're going for a ball. So just looking at one risk factor pre-season may not be that successful. So although looking at these factors during a periodic health assessment may identify issues that need to be looked at, ongoing monitoring through the season is an equally important part of injury prevention. So there are several other reasons that could be useful as part of a periodic health assessment. So building rapport with the athlete. Often it's the only time the doctor, the physio, gets to spend some one-on-one time with the athlete, away from the other athletes. To look at the medications they're taking, to check it's WADA compliant, and also to educate the athlete about their WADA obligations. To look at some baseline tests for post-injury comparison, for example, neuropsych testing for head injuries. To discuss any of the health concerns the athlete might have. Maybe some performance measures such as VO2 max, immunizations, and also some lifestyle education such as smoking, safe driving, diet, and sleep and recovery issues. So when you've looked at why you want to do the screening, you need to look at the particular population you're looking at. So for a contact sport, you may want to ask about their previous history of concussions and maybe do some neuropsych testing for comparison post-injury. Each sport will have their own different sorts of injuries. So for example, volleyball, you need to look at overuse shoulder injuries associated with spiking and serving, knee pain associated with jumping and landing, and also ankle injuries. And for sport like wrestling, you might want to inquire or look for contagious skin diseases that might prevent taking part in sport. Adolescent athletes have growth plates, and as these become active and get softer, they're prone to injury. This may need to be considered when you're dealing with a group of youth athletes. And in the female athlete, one of the issues you may want to consider is the reduced energy deficiency syndrome, formerly known as female athlete triad, and all the issues that arise from this. This particularly in long-distance athletes or athletes who need to make weight for certain sports. And then looking at where you are in the world, some of the issues around here, for example, might be vitamin D deficiency, iron deficiency, thalassemia, exercise in the heat, hepatitis B, and athletes who want to fast during Ramadan. These all may need to be considered as part of your assessment. So once you've worked out why you're assessing someone, what you want to achieve from the assessment, who you're looking at, you can then put together your template. The history is a really important part of that. If you're doing some examination, you're taking some measurements, be selective and make sure you do them properly so they can be reproduced. You may want to add in some special tests. And then you need to work out when you're going to do the assessment. There's some value in doing an assessment at the end of the season so that issues can be addressed to be sorted out over the off-season. Who's going to do it? Is it the doctor? Is it the physio? Is it a combination of different people? And it's important also when you're taking information from an athlete and may give it to the coach, they understand that this may happen. You have informed consent for that. And at the end of the assessment, make sure you have a proper summary with some action points and know who's responsible for the different action points. But despite going through these processes, there are several other factors that may affect what you can or can't do. Whether you have access to expertise or certain equipment, financial constraints can stop a lot of places doing what they want to do. And having access to the team can be a real problem. I know as a medical practitioner in the pre-season period, the fitness trainer and the coach both want access to the players at the same time, so it can be difficult to convince them spending some time with the physician is worthwhile. So what have we found? How do we screen our professional football players at Aspetar? So this is heavily based on the FIFA PCMA pre-competition medical assessment. So we usually do them in the early pre-season and early season period. Unless they have a new contract, then they get a medical before they sign. We ask them to arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning fasted, and most of them do turn up around that time. They spend about 45 minutes with our experienced screening nurses, have a detailed history, do the vital signs, visual acuity and spirometry. They'll also see the dentist for a proper assessment. They'll have the cardiac screening, which you've heard about already. And they'll see the physiotherapist for about an hour and a half for a battery of musculoskeletal tests that we think are football specific. So I'm thankful to Andrea Moser for these slides. So they're grouped into 4 different sorts of tests. The first one are pain provocation tests, looking at hip impingement and Faber's tests, and the long leg and short leg squeeze tests. And the pain is rated on a numeric rating scale. They have hip internal rotation in prone and supine, hip abduction and bent knee fallout, and ankle dorsiflexion, so range of movement tests. They also have some strength tests looking at handheld eccentric adduction and abduction, as well as some quads and hamstring eccentric and concentric testing, and recently been doing the eccentric hamstring strengthening on a NOR-board using EMG. And the final group test is a functional movement screen based on that of anathrome with 9 different elements. So that's the morning for the players. In the afternoon, they'll come and see one of the sports physicians. They'll review the results from all the morning's tests, do a more in-depth history and a physical examination. And at the end of that, a summary report will be provided to the club with recommendations for any action points. So what have we found doing a screening at Aspetar? So Arnold Bakken is a physiotherapist who's just doing her PhD, and she's just published the first paper in the British Journal of Sports Medicine with some of the results, looking at 2 years of screening of the elite football players, so 559 football players. And for the purpose of this paper, any health condition is described as anything discovered on screening needs further treatment, assessment, or follow-up. So of the 559 footballers, if you look on the left there, from the general medical assessment, 93% of players had things that met the condition for a health condition. If you take away vitamin D, however, that's down to 30% of athletes. On the right, another 30% of athletes had musculoskeletal issues, and there were 8% of athletes had issues on the cardiac screening. And it's not surprising from a musculoskeletal point of view, those parts of the body that have common injuries in football were the most common, so hip and groin, thigh, knee and ankle. So this is another slide from Andrea Moser looking at, so this is the normative data of ratio of strength of adduction to abduction of the hip. And the mean in the footballers is 1.2, the mean ratio, compared with ice hockey, which is 0.95. So there can be a sport-specific change for different measures. The other reason this slide's up is to remind me to talk that we now have normative data for all these physiotherapy measures. So it's really handy when you have a player coming in, you can compare them with other athletes in the same sport. And it can also be very useful sometimes with a new signing coming in, doesn't tell you the truth, it can pick up injuries that would otherwise go missed. What about some of the blood tests? It's a busy slide, sorry. So top left shows that 32% of female athletes and 9% of male athletes have non-anemic iron deficiency. And if you look at the bottom right table of that group, compared with the Asian and Caucasian, the black athletes have twice the rate of non-anemic iron deficiency, in Arabic almost 2.5 times the rate. And the top right is iron deficiency anemia. Females are 10% and male 0.2%. And this is gathered from all our sports of almost 4,000 screening assessments. What about vitamin D deficiency? It's quite a trendy thing these days. With no exception here, only 10% of our athletes are vitamin D sufficient, with 70% being deficient. We've just realised recently that we have picked up several cases of keratoconus, which is an eye disease where the cornea gets thin and can be prone to being misshapen and cause loss of sight. So we discovered that over 20 of Aspetar patients have this condition, and 20% of those are quite advanced. Now, we're not sure at this stage which came through screening and which came through other channels, so it's something we're going to look at over the next 12 months. And you're having a talk tomorrow on the dental care of athletes, but just a snapshot, look at over 300 athletes we've seen in 1 month, only 14% didn't require treatment. 75% had caries and fillings. So there's significant gum and tooth disease in the group of athletes. So take-home messages. There's no universal template that suits all situations. So look at what you want to achieve and who you're looking at, and then you can design your own template. The main benefits of a periodic health assessment are probably to detect current problems rather than predict who's going to get injured. And athlete monitoring through the season is an equally important part of injury prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve, and I will require the other two speakers to reach us. And thank you for being on time. And so we pass to the question quickly, trying to recover any time. Please, in the middle, if you can lend the microphone over there. The middle. Can you raise your hand? Thank you very much. If you can just say your name, where are you from, and who is the speaker you want to?
Hello, my name is Henry. I'm a consultant osteopath from the United Kingdom working in Bahrain. This is for Matthew. The results of your study found huge disparities between different ethnicities. So my primary question is, are you suggesting having different criteria for different ethnicities? And if you were, how would you implement it? And number two, does this have wider implementations in medicine regarding, different capacities for lung and bone densities, for example?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think if we had different criteria, it would just cloud the issue. So what we've done in the in the one criteria we're producing is there's caveats to it. So if you're looking at T-wave inversion, for example, which we know is a big issue within our African American athletes, there is a caveat to that. So if you see this in a white athlete, it's abnormal. If you see it within a black African athlete, it is normal until proven otherwise. So we put those caveats in there. If we had lots of criteria, I think it would cloud the issue. What we want to try and do is get an international unified one ECG criterion. Hopefully, in the next few months, all the papers are in review. So across the world, the Americans, the Europeans, the Africans, the South Americans will be all interpreting athletes using a unified criteria that is ethnic specific.
Yes. Please. Thank you. Thank you. There. Can you keep your hand raised? Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Rustam. I'm from Bahrain. Now, the cardiac screening is becoming a scary topic for the athletes. Fabrice Muamba, when the incidents happened to him, he mentioned that he was screened 3 times, and yet the incident happened to him. So, my information might be outdated, but I think most of the athletes that had a cardiac arrest were during training times. So, are there any visions towards screening them or checking them up during training, or is it always inside the hospital setting?
Well, this is a good question. Thank you for your question. Yes, it is true that a screen athlete will not completely remove the possibility that the athlete can have a cardiac arrest, not 100% of the cases. There are still some cases, for example, cases with myocarditis, an acute myocarditis can happen in athletes with a normal screening. A blown chest trauma, commotive cordis, is another cause of sudden cardiac death in athletes with normal cardiac screening. And there are some conditions like, for example, arteriosclerosis or these abnormal coronary arteries that are more difficult to be identified with a normal screening without including echocardiography or without including further investigation. So we do know that still the chances of missing some athletes exist with normal screening. And this is why it's very important to have a complementary plan for emergency CPR, high quality CPR, automatic external defibrillator in all the clubs, rehearsals, preparation plans in the event of a cardiac arrest. Nonetheless, it is demonstrated that the screening of athletes is effective. And the good thing is that, yes, we can miss some, but we pick up 5% of athletes with cardiac condition. In a normal population, without any symptom, 5% of them have a cardiac condition. And I think this is quite relevant. It's not only about preventing sudden cardiac death in sport. It's about preventing some other events that can happen later during the life of athletes. So you can improve, you can reduce the risk of these athletes, you can modify the risk, you can actually do something different with them, which is quite good.
Yes, please, here in front, in the middle of the room.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. So I'm Dr. Rauf, club doctor from Sbetar. I wanted to ask you, and I continue on the issue of the ethnic origin, knowing that each country has its own model for screening, and knowing that the ECG is probably the first investigation done, we base our interpretation on Seattle criteria or on the European Society of Cardiology. Knowing that this summer will be published the new international common criteria, do you think that they will resolve?
Yeah, it's a good point. So you have an ECG in front of you and which criteria to use. At the present moment, I would say that the 2010 ESC criteria is not the criteria to use. If you are going to use one at the present moment, it would be the Seattle until, hopefully, this summer. And this summer will be the overriding international ECG consensus statement. So Seattle until this new document comes out, but the 2010, in my opinion, is no longer a valid document.
We have the last question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This question is for Dr. Stefan Target. What you presented is very beautiful in terms of state-of-the-art screening. My question is, what is a cost-effective screening for a family physician living in the periphery in the Gulf region? Because this is what we require to generalize a screening test for it to be cost-effective. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's a good question, and I suppose that's why I started my talk by saying it's not one size fits all. And essentially, I think you need to look at what you're screening for, look at the population, and try and devise what you can fit with your expertise and your resources into how long you've got. You might have 10 minutes or 15 minutes for the assessment. It can be something very basic, like get them to bend over, touch their toes, squat. But it really depends on all those different factors together.
Perfect. So I have now two requests. One is to beg your pardon because we decided to go ahead with the next session without taking a break, so that we will be able to take our lunch on time. And the second, also to ask you a big clap for the speakers, for the high level of their presentation. And I call on the stage my colleague, Professor Olaf Schumacher, that will moderate the next session. Thank you.
Good morning. Obviously, I'm not Rod Whiteley, who's indicated in the program. I have the honor of replacing him. This session is about sports injuries and prevention. And as you know, this is the core of sports medicine. If you're a team physician, you're facing two questions. The coach, he will love you if he has the full team at his disposal, if he can field the whole team. If he cannot, he will question the doctor, why didn't you do the injury prevention? And obviously, once a player is injured, he will want to know what brings him back to the game as fast as possible. And this is a little bit the topic that this little session is going to highlight. And I have the honor of introducing our first speaker, Roald Barr, who basically needs no introduction. He's a member of the IOC Medical Commission. He is a really good volleyball player, as you can see by his height. And he's heading the Aspetar Injury and Illness Prevention Program called ASPREF. So Roald, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here today. And really appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you about our approach to risk management in sport. And you may wonder what's risk management, because usually the term that's being used is injury prevention. I have no disclosures. And the model that's usually used for injury prevention research is the four-step model that Willem van Mechelen published in 1992. And the 4 steps go as follows. So first, you need to determine the magnitude and severity of the problems. So how many injuries are there? What types of injuries? How serious are they? Then the next step is to try to establish Is this working? Yeah, better. The next step is to try and establish the etiology. So this is the risk factors and the injury mechanisms. Because only when you know why and how injuries happen can you formulate a plan on how to prevent them. And then as a researcher, you would go back to step 1 again and test this and assess whether the plan that you developed is effective. So in short, the 4-step model is very simple. First, what is the magnitude? Second, what are the causes? Third, do you then have some idea of how you can prevent injuries? And then you test this, preferably then in a randomized controlled trial. Now, this model is used by all researchers around the world who work in injury prevention. But it doesn't really fit with clinical practice, with your job as a team doctor, or as a sports scientist, or as a physical therapist working with a team, does it? So the question then is, can we translate this into something that is practical and usable in daily clinical practice? And the answer to that is risk management. Now, a good friend and colleague of mine, Colin Fuller, wrote a paper in 2007 where he outlined his risk management model. But I'm not that smart, so I really have problems understanding this model. It looks pretty complicated, doesn't it? So I've created my own, much simpler model, and this looks like this. It has 4 steps. The first step is risk identification. The second step is season analysis. The third step is athlete risk factor analysis. And then the 4th stage is assessing risk, accepting risk, or doing something to reduce risk. And I will use this as the outline of my talk. So the first step then, risk identification, involves getting an idea of what is the problem in your sport, and preferably in your team. You can do this based on the literature. There's probably 1,000 papers out there now on the epidemiology of football injuries, for instance. And you would be amazed to see how many papers there are on volleyball injuries or badminton injuries or any, you name the sport, someone has studied it. The data is there on how many injuries there are and what the injuries are. Now, how would you assess that type of information? And this figure here I've created to help you conceptually to address the issue of what are my priorities? If I'm going to address this from a prevention perspective, what should my priorities be? And if you look at this figure here, this pointer probably only works on one screen. So down here you have the rare injuries or the rare things, and over here you have the common things, the things that are almost certain to happen, and then this died too. All right, not doing very well here. 1, 2, okay, now this works. It's good to have 2. Yeah. So this is the likelihood of something happening. And on this scale here, you have the severity of that incident. And to use some examples here, I've added cuts and bruises in particular. Now, if this is football, you are certain to have a player who has some bruises or scrapes after the end of the game. This is almost certain to happen, but it is insignificant. It doesn't affect his performance much, right? But we just heard about sudden cardiac death. It's up here. It is rare, but it is a catastrophic incident. And then we can add the typical injuries from football. Ankle sprains are likely to happen on your team, but they are minor. They'll keep the athlete out for a week or two, usually, no more than that. Hamstring injuries now are even more common than ankle injuries, so they belong over here. They're almost certain to happen on your team, and they are more severe. They'll keep the athlete out in general for longer than an ankle sprain will. We can add ACL injuries here. If we're talking about male football, they're quite rare in European football, but if you're in the Gulf region, then they should probably be moved over here where they're more frequent. So what I've done now is show you a risk diagram, and now I've added some color. So where should your priorities be? Well, it's pretty simple. The darker the color, that's the area you want to address. If we had something that was catastrophic and almost certain it would be up in this corner, unfortunately we don't. But if I were working with a football team in the professional league, my focus would be on hamstring strain and maybe ankle and knee injuries as well. I would certainly include some sort of a program to ensure that none of my players die on the pitch. Now, if you're working with female athletes, this changes things. Or a different sport, that also changes this. So I'm using female athletes here to indicate how it might change, because we do know that ACL injuries are much more common among females. And we also know that hamstring strains are somewhat less common among female players than male players. So if you're working with a female team, maybe your list of priorities would look something like this. All right, this is the model. But you want your own data. And how do you get your own data? Well, you get your own data through injury surveillance, looking at the history of how the injury profile of your team has been during the past season, during years before. Data from the league that your team participates in is more helpful because it gives you a sharper tool. You are more likely to hit the nail. Now, remember the next step in this model is identifying risk factors or causes of injury. So what is the strongest risk factor for injury? So some suggestions coming up here: history of previous injury, or could it be the coach? I'm a Man U fan and I hate this guy, so I'm putting this up here on purpose. And this is where the next step in the model addresses this through season analysis. And what season analysis means is a formal review of the competition and training plan for the team. Before you start the season, you sit down, preferably with the coaching staff, and I would say also with some player representatives. Look at the plan and then review last year's experience in terms of where are the risky periods of the season. And this is just one quick example, and this would apply to a northern European team, for instance, one from Norway, my home country, where every spring in January, February, or in the winter when it's cold in Norway, they go to Portugal or Spain for a one-week training camp. The coach goes crazy. Now they're going to train twice a week, twice a day, I mean, so a morning session and afternoon session. They're suddenly on fresh grass. They're all like young bucks. And what happens? Well, the team comes back after a fantastic training camp, but half the team are injured. So this is obviously a very high-risk moment during the season. In this way, you can imagine you can address all the various issues, all the expectations in terms of what the risks are. This is season analysis. Best done if you have data on your team from past seasons. Oops. Then the third step, and this is what Steve talked about in his previous talk. This is knowing the profile of each athlete on your team. Knowing their risk factors, knowing their injury status. And as he also pointed out, this is best done at the end of the season, immediately after the end of the season, because then you still have time to fix the problems before the next season starts. Now, you might argue that I'm with my team, so I already know their problems, and that might be true, and that is probably the best way of addressing this, is to really have your finger on the status of each player, their injury status, and their risk profile 365 days a year. And nothing is happening here. Oh, there we go. So this is done here through the periodic health examination. And as Dr. Target just pointed out, the two main issues with the periodic health examination or the pre-participation examination is trying to determine the risk of future injury or disease. And that's another talk, this is very difficult. But at least determine the current health status of the player. So where are they now and what do we need to do to make sure that this player is 100% fit before the start of the next season. Here at Aspetar, we have the Aspetar Injury and Illness Prevention Program, and the screening exam done as part of the periodic health examination, as you've heard, is a very important component of our risk management program. Another factor that is very important is how you deal with return to play. So having a clear policy on return to play and making those decisions is obviously key in risk management with the team. The final step in the model is actually pretty simple. Either you accept risk, and in football, that is done by, if you can afford to have the best players in the world, 2 of them on each position, then you're fine. So if one is injured, the other player can step in and the team is as good as it was. If you don't have that much money, then perhaps you need to consider the other way of addressing this, and that is through injury prevention programs or risk mitigation, if you like. And I'm going to, so here at Aspetar, and here in Qatar, we're addressing these 4 steps, or attempting to address these 4 steps through our injury surveillance data that's collected by all teams in the QSL and some of the federations also now. Providing a benchmark for the team and for the league. And the second step, season analysis, can be done by reviewing past year's data, also based on this injury surveillance, which is key to this. The third step is based on both the risk profile from the periodic health examination and a review of the surveillance data for that athlete during the past season. And then the final step is obviously developing a formal risk management program from the team, for the team, which is what we're working on now with clubs and federations here in Qatar. I'm going to finish this talk then, because if you want to learn more about injury prevention, it gives me great pleasure in how you can prevent injuries to invite you to Monaco next year in March, 16th through 18th of March, where we will have what I think is going to be a phenomenal conference focusing specifically on injury and illness prevention. If you want to learn more about what's going on at the conference, you see the website here, and you also see the Twitter handles and the hashtag that's being used to provide information on the conference. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Rod. questions at the end, as usual. And now I have the pleasure to introduce somebody you already know, Cristiano Irale from Aspetar. Some things that you don't know about Cristiano is that before joining in Aspetar in 2007 as one of the first doctors of Aspetar, he was actually an accomplished football player and stopped his football career to join Aspetar and to build up sports medicine here. And he's also done a lot of research on injuries in football, has pioneered the work on injuries in the GCC football athletes. So, Cristiano, we're curious to hear about this topic from you, please.
Thank you, Olaf. Saidati Sadati, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I know that you get the clap. يشرفني أن أكون معكم هنا وأشكركم على حضوركم وأشكر أسبيتار على هذه الفرصة. والآن سوف أتحدث بالإنجليزية والآن نصل على الغداء اليوم. Said that, we can start with the presentation. I know everybody was listening to me. Said that I have no disclosure, and so injury epidemiology in the GCC, as we said from the first session that was about injury history, about history of GCC Sports Medicine, I think history is very important. It will allow us to avoid mistakes in the present and will show us the way of the future. So first of all, I had a look to a textbook of epidemiology in medicine, and I have tried to see which was the position of the Arabic medicine. And I have found, for example, in this book, that the first epidemiologist is considered Hippocrates. And the same textbook is saying that then, for about 2,000 years, no major advancement have been done until the 17th century when John Ground started his work. In reality, history is important, but it's also important to know languages, as you know, at least two. And so I'm Italian, and I went to Italian literature and said, we are so bright, why nobody did anything for 2,000 years in epidemiology, in medicine? And I found that, for example, this unknown physician, Girolamo Fracastoro, did during the 15th century in Verona some good research on epidemiology in medicine, but is not mentioned by an English book. And so I said, I'm not talking Arabic, so I cannot go and see the Arabic literature, but I found in the Journal of the International Society for the History of Islamic Medicine, I found that there was a physician, Al-Razi, that contributed a lot in the 9th century to different branches of epidemiology. And he was born in Persia. And he spent a big part of his life in Iraq. And he was not only a physician, but like all the scientists of his time, he was also a polymath, an alchemist, a philosopher. So this is just to say that Arabic medicine gave a contribution also to epidemiology, like in other fields. What about sport injury epidemiology in the GCC? First of all, I have to find a picture for this slide. And when I Googled it, it came out that Qatar won the last edition of Gulf Cup. And sorry, I had to celebrate that. Sorry for our guest. It was after 12 years of waiting. And in Europe, the cornerstone of injury epidemiology is the PhD thesis of Jan Ekstrand, and his papers were published in 82-83. So I was asking myself what it was happening in the GCC during this period. And in reality, I'm not sure if it's the first one, but what I was able to find is that in Saudi Arabia, in 85, this paper on sport injury was published. And it was a paper analyzing the injury for 12 consecutive months in King Fahd Hospital. Sport injury, mainly football, as you can see, and but also other sport, especially tennis, jogging, basketball, and so on, were collected prospectively. And as you can see, the main injury were located, most of the injuries were located to the knee, ankle, and shoulder, so the articulation. But this is not surprise. It's not a surprise if we think that all this injury went to an hospital. In fact, we have a high percentage of bony and ligamentous injury that together are the biggest part of the injury that arrived at the attention of the authors. And which population was involved? Especially the young people, the young athletes, so 11, 20, and 21, 30 years. And in this paper there is a classification of the different population that we have to deal with normally in sport medicine. I think it is very interesting. We have the first group, so under 15 years are these athletes, young, and that if they don't have a proper guidance, they may suffer for repetitive injuries. Then we have the second group, 16 to 30 years. These athletes that are at competitive level, professional or not, and that they incur injury that sometimes can be also severe. Then we have the third group, 30, 40 years. So still trying to be competitive, but in reality it is more for keeping themselves fit. So what we call in Europe the Sunday warriors. And then we have the fourth group, the over 40. The people that are even not anymore competitive but are trying to keep themselves fit, participating in sport. In reality, if we think about it, it's really the main group we have to deal in our activity. But what was even more interesting from this paper, it was the conclusion. And so you can see that in the conclusion, they said that the author said that especially the under 15 require proper guidance and education in various sport activities. Their education should include, for example, how to avoid injuries and how to roll rather than take a hard knock when falling down. And this is exactly the concept of prevention. So while Ekstrand was doing his work, the same concept was present here. Then they also said that there was a need for a center where the physician understands the nature of their injury and treat them without delay and rehabilitate them quickly to enable them to return to their games early. And this is a sort of vision. So it's a call for a specialized sport medicine center and for a specialized class of physicians. 25 years later, a paper on epidemiology of injury was published in Kuwait. And it was concerning 4 ball games: football, basketball, handball, and volleyball. And it was a cross-sectional study, so based on a questionnaire. And it has been found that there was a high prevalence of sport injury in athletes. So you can see that overall 12 months, 73.8% of the athletes were injured, so 3 over 4 incur in an injury during the year, during one season, and 90% of them during their entire career. So again, the conclusion was that we have to do something. We need to create something to support these athletes, and again there was a call for prevention, for something that may reduce the incidence of injury, not only the treatment. So things have not changed much in 2 different countries and 2 different periods. And I think that Aspetar, when it was decided here to create Aspetar, was the best way to respond to this call. And so this is exactly the vision that was advocated since decades. And what about prevention? So we created, Qatari people created Aspetar, and then which intervention were done or have to be done in order to reduce the incidence of injuries in sport. I think that the highest level of prevention is when you are able to present so strong data that you are obliging the governing body to change the rules of the game. Like, for example, it happened in football. When FIFA changed the rule of the game in '98, for example, punishing the tackle from behind with a red card on the basis of epidemiological data. It happened also later, punishing with a red card also the elbow. So this is really a big step. But I think that from the Gulf is coming even a higher example. For many years, this is a paper from Qatar, from Hamad Hospital. For many years, were collected data about the injury in camel jockey, especially children. And it has been shown that they were incurring many injuries during the race, and some of them severe or debilitating. And the same was happening in the Emirates. In the Emirates, they were showing approximately the same data. Again, this is a paper from a university teaching hospital. And both countries in 2005 implemented a law in order to forbid the camel racing for the under 18. And we can see from this paper how when the law was implemented, the injury among children passed from 13 to 0. So the authors conclude that this is possibly one of the few examples where child injury has been completely prevented by legislation. And again, it's not the normal legislation of the game, but it's the legislation of a whole country. So I think that one of the biggest examples of injury prevention is coming really from the Gulf. Sorry. So I would like to close this talk with the beginning of the discussion of the first paper by Sadat Ali and Sankaran Kuti that on sport injury in Saudi Arabia. They start their discussion saying that the Prophet Muhammad in his wisdom advised his followers to take up archery, swimming and horse riding as sport. So there is no need, but this underline and highlight even more the importance of sport. And so this is highlighting how our role of the people today is vital. If for years our class could have been discussed because taking care of only sport injury was not enough serious, I think things are changing very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cristiano, for this almost philosophical talk. It's a good change to the program. We're going to move a little bit back to one of the hot topics of sports medicine at the moment, which is the relationship between load on the player and injury prevention and injury occurrence. And I'm very happy to welcome from Dammam University, Dr. Anas, who's a professor there and the vice dean, and who's going to present some data on the correlation of pre-season fitness and injury occurrence in Saudi football players. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to take just excuse me for all of you, to just a clap for the organizing committee. The second thing is my pleasure and delight to share the session with well-known figure in the world, Prof. Bahir and Chris and Dr. Galbi. I'll try to just pronounce it the right way. So, first of all, this was the relationship between the pre-season fitness testing and injury in Iliad, Saudi Arabia. From this picture, what is the message you get from these messages? For me, I got 4 messages. The first one, taking from Neymar, his expression was very pain. He's feeling really painful. The second one, from Marcelo, he's asking the medical team to come urgently, faster, plus he's asking all of us what you can do for us. Fourth, to Brazilian fans. They were shocked when this happened. Is it or not? So, just in our world, right now is 209 countries is participating with FIFA, and it's 232 million who's participating in sports, and 35 million in women. Just taking from 2003 years, soccer is characterized by short sprints, rapid acceleration, deceleration, turning, jumping, kicking, other factors, physical fitness, psychological factors, player technique, and team tactics. These are a little bit different between the worldwide. Like in GCC, is it going to be similar to European style? So therefore, to success, to win, you have to be healthy, but also well fit. Therefore, injuries are major adverse factors in soccer players. Here the injury incidents over the world, it's in overall they are similar. They are not big differences. If we see Netherlands and Spain and Brazil, and overall it's going to be similar. However, in Qatar, injury match, the paper by Chris, it was 2014 I think, or 15, it was a little bit differences in injuries per match, in comparing between the other countries. It's a way much, and we're gonna present our the injury cost over the world, 150 US per injury, and this makes 30 billion a year. This is the most injured team in Premier League. It costs how much, how many days they left. It's really a huge number, and was about more than, close to 150 pounds. So in Saudi Arabia, we have 4 divisions. The first, the Saudi Professional League, consists of 14, and the first league, 16 clubs. And in SP, it's about the majority are local, so it's represent 86.3, and the foreigner is just 13.7, whereas the other hand in SP is 96% are local, and this is the first year which is just allow the clubs to have one international player among them. So this study is not yet finished. So we started by a pre-season assessment. Then in case of an injury during the months, we recorded from either from physical therapist or mainly from physical therapist. So 2 teams participated, one from SP and one from first division, and 60 players, and 3 years previous injury were recorded. So here are just some of our methods of taking the weekly competition exposures, just some of the number of nights per week, let's say just only one, mainly, times of 90 minutes, times of 11 players, whereas the training, the duration of training, times mean number of players, and the warm-up period before the competition is 25 minutes times 11 players, and friendly match was 90 minutes per 11, which mainly occur within the same team. And here the definitions, we defined the injury as a physical complaint leading to a player being unable to participate, to fully participate either in training or during the match. And injury incidents were the number of injuries per 1,000 player hours, and recurrence has to be an injury the same time at the same sites. So here the classification, either an articular position or a type of injury. So just from bottom to the head, and type of injuries, fractures and muscles, ligaments and others. So the results here, it's not really different from the others, but if we look into the VO2 max, we were the lower than the international, compared to the international players. I mean, from European, especially from European. And the body fat percentage were global keeper, where they are fatter. I don't know if you recognize the pictures behind. I try to represent the GCC players. So here's Mohamed Daya, and here Hussein Abdullari and others. So that means it's not this is their data, just this is the GCC. And the VO2 max, the external defenders were the highest. And especially it could be just because their position right now is just from going from back to front and going back at the same time. So injury location was thigh was the most between the two clubs, and the knee as well. They were the most prominent between the two clubs. Here the injury type, also there were no big differences between them, and muscle and tendon were the most, and the list was the fractures. Taking Prof. Rodbaher, the diagram, it shows that fractures is going to be very rare. So overuse was 2 to 3 among the SP, and only 1 among SP. And it could be that the limited resources to replace an injured quality player for SP to replace a specific player. That's why they ask him to play and not stop. So, in the severity level and the injury category, the most actually it was acute non-contact and acute contact. In both from 0 to 3 days, and from more than 28 days were mostly acute contact in both teams. In terms of injury incidence, back to the earlier slides that Qatar is about 14 hours. Also here it's about 17.6 and 21.2, which could be lead to the number of match per week here in the region is not similar to the European. Moreover, the type of tactic difference between the European and GCC countries. The monthly incidence of injury. During training, the SP was higher than, it was a significant difference between SP and Division 1. It could be that the SP club, they started by high fitness coaches, or back to the coaches, they are just put a pressure on the fitness coaches and physios to just get ready for the season. And this, during the SP team, they have a jump in October. It was due to they changed their technical team, their technical coaches. They came with other coach and they asked them to do more. This is why it was a little bit spike. Where during the match, where they were similar, however, they started in like X shape, so it was still we are collecting the data. This is the last from the match. In re-injury, 21% in SP, whereas 32% in Division 1. And it could be that has excellent medical support in SBT. We put the profile injured versus non-injured in terms of some of the fitness battery. The flexible, none of them were correlated to injuries. So does that mean we have to stop doing a pre-season fitness assessment? Or we should to do it in other way? So the last two messages I would like to, it has been proposed earlier that sport injuries are dynamic in nature and can be subjected to frequent changes. Therefore, just only one pre-season assessment is not going to be enough to do it. Therefore, a multiple assessment through the season has to be applied. Moreover, we just mainly concentrated, especially in the region, we concentrate in the injury itself and the intrinsic individual, and sometimes we neglect eccentric, which is representing the environment. I would like just to share with you Professor Gabbett, he just published a paper last month, or 2 months, which he represents the sweet spot and danger zone, which could be explained the fatigue and improvement of fitness, where in the green, whereas the red, it was the acute chronic workload ratio, which has been neglected among our fitness coaches in our region. So the most important, which I would like to share with you, especially to the vigor people, do we have to prevent or minimize the injury frequency? I will leave these questions for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Anas. And with our little travel throughout the landscape of sports medicine and sports injury, it is now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Scott, who is the CMO of Aspetar, who is also an All-American in American football and has experience in plenty of other sports. And he's going to talk a bit about one of the chameleons of sports medicine, which is cartilage defects. You all had these players where you took X-ray on MRI and you saw shocking things in the cartilage, and the player tells you, well, doctor, I have no problems. And then you have other players with tiny little spots on the cartilage and they have big problems. Very often, how to return them to play. And Dr. Scott is his expertise. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Olaf. Much like Dr. Anas just said, in addition to the organizers, I want to personally have us all certainly join hands and congratulate Dr. Nebo Popovic, who put together this entire program. Thank you, Nebo. It takes a lot of work to do a program like this with so many people from so many countries, and it's just awesome for the first Gulf Conference. Additionally, as Dr. Rima pointed out earlier today, perhaps some collaboration among GCC countries when it comes to data collection, injury surveillance, load determination, that type thing, perhaps using common software packages might be something that's beneficial. We certainly have some opinions and reviewed a number of these programs here at Aspetar. So anyone who's interested from their countries, please contact Dr. Rollbar or Aspetar, and we'll certainly get in touch and help that happen. Now I'll get to my talks. I have no disclosures. So I'm going to talk about articular cartilage repair in the knee, a very common problem among athletes. There are multiple factors that influence the selection of treatment as well as the treatment technique. Obviously age, the characteristics of the defects in a patient, the concomitant pathology within a knee. Did the chondral injury occur at the time of an ACL injury? The level of sports participation, recreational versus professional, the goals and expectations, even prior treatments can make a difference. Remember that cartilage repair is a physiologically slow process, and the durability of the repair depends on the quality of the repair tissue, the closer it comes to normal. And also that rehabilitation is integral for the repair tissue to mature in the best possible way. It's possible to both be overly aggressive as well as underly aggressive in affecting long-term outcomes. So as we look at the factors that influence cartilage repair outcomes, size is probably the single most important thing. Is the defect smaller than 2 square centimeters or larger than 4 square centimeters? In between is kind of a gray zone, as I'll point out. The location in the knee can make a difference. The containment of the defect can also make a difference. The longevity of the symptoms makes a difference. The age of the patient makes a difference. BMI, as you might expect, activity levels, all contribute to the outcomes for cartilage defects. We have to take a look at chondral injuries not as an isolated event, but as something that occurs inside of a knee that has other things, ligaments, bones, alignment. So we need to calculate all these things, meniscal deficiency, ligamentous deficiency, as well as alignment, both of the tibiofemoral joints, such as varus or valgus, or the patellofemoral joint as well. Because if we don't fix those problems, we've got no chance of fixing an articular cartilage problem. And then also rehab compliance, I think, is important. Again, avoiding that underloading or overloading. And then avoidance of some other preventable complications. Return to play too early would probably be the most frequent one. If we look at surgical options, the most common form that's done worldwide, arthroscopic debridement or chondroplasty. Next would be marrow stimulation, termed microfracture most typically, followed by osteochondral transfers, either autograft or allograft. Particulated juvenile articular cartilage is a technique that's also available. And then finally, autologous chondrocyte implantation, where the patient's cells are actually grown. As we look at the various processes, from palliative to reparative, substantive, or regenerative, the time of rehabilitation and the time it takes to return to play increases with the more demanding, the more difficult, the more cellular repair options that we might have for articular cartilage problems. If we look at what we're trying to accomplish at the cellular level, initially marrow stimulation counts on mesenchymal stem cells, which exist within the marrow elements. And unfortunately, the mesenchymal stem cells, although they can grow into different things, they all too often grow into fibrous tissue or hypertrophic cartilage, which doesn't have the durability and the wear characteristics of a hyaline-like cartilage, which we're trying to develop, which then leads to the thought that cell precursors of chondrocytes can grow up only to be cartilage tissue and therefore are more likely to work. And certainly that's borne out that the durability of repair from autologous chondrocytes is in fact higher. So briefly to review, so you understand the techniques that are so important to this discussion, here's microfracture, basically little ice picks. They drill holes or punch holes in the bone in the chondral defect, and that exposes them to the mesenchymal stem cells. Unfortunately, about 30% of the time, the bone overgrows and causes what's called an intralesional osteophyte, which you see here at the blue arrow, basically a little hump that forms in the middle of the joint, obviously undesirable. Osteochondral transfers with autograft tissue. Here you kind of rob from Peter to pay Paul. You steal one part of the bone and cartilage from an area that you don't use in the knee and put it into the defect, as you see here. 2 small 8mm plugs have been transferred. An osteochondral allograft, this is taking cadaver, fresh cartilage and bone within 30 days of death that's been sterilized or it's deemed sterile, and then transferring into the area of the defect. This is typically done with large dowels, about 20 millimeters in size, as is the case right here. And then finally, autologous chondrocytes. A biopsy is taken from the patient, grown in culture for about 3 to 4 weeks, and then subsequently come back and implanted under an absorbable membrane that's sealed with fibrin glue and sewn in place in the knee, and that allows those cells to set up and grow within about 4 to 6 hours after getting there. So now, if we look at the predictors of outcomes, so remember I said size is the biggest important thing. If we look at small size, those can be treated effectively by a number of different ways. Marrow stimulation, Oates autografts, even something called edge stabilization, which is just to get rid of the loose fragments within the knee, whereas larger lesions are best treated with these more complicated techniques, allograft, autologous chondrocyte implantation. And the literature is fairly extensive to show these two disparities between small and large. The area in between is the gray zone that I mentioned. Additionally, if we look at location, the femoral condyles traditionally have felt to do better because they're in a compressive load throughout sports and throughout motion. And patellofemoral joint, the kneecap joint, has a bad rap. We also know that through a number of studies that the large lesions will do well on the femoral condyles for certain, and they do require, however, that any concomitant pathology within the knee is addressed. So traditionally it's felt that patellofemoral joint is not as good, and each of these studies show a different repair technique that's had poor outcomes. The patellofemoral joint with microfracture, Oates autografts, osteochondral allografts, and even with autologous chondrocytes, the very first patients published had poor results in 5 out of 7 patients, and that gave a bad rap to autologous chondrocytes. However, if you realign the joint, as had not been the case then, regardless what technique you use, if you realign the patellofemoral joint, the results shoot up to 80%, good and excellent results, or even higher, and there's been a marked improvement in these outcomes provided that you realign the tibial tubercle, or in this case, elevate it. This is a Fulkerson procedure there in the x-rays. So if we look at this just conglomeration of studies over 15 years, all that results in red did not have the joint realigned, and the results are all less than 50%. The ones in green had their joints realigned in the patellofemoral joint, and the results are all over 80%, including 2014, one of my studies has 11-year follow-up that still has over 80% good and excellent results. And this is the kind of thing that one can see in this horrible situation of kissing lesions on the trochlea and the patella, and yet at 2 years, healthy repair tissue that has formed after the chondrocyte implantation. So we know that rehabilitation is essential to mature cartilage tissue, and as time goes on, we learn more and more. We're more aggressive with allowing for weight bearing and rehabilitation. But we do have to be cautious about overloading. The process does take time, up to 1 to 2 years for autologous chondrocytes, and it goes through this proliferation, transition, remodeling, and maturation process. And this is actually the same patient that's shown down below in each of those different stages. Cartilage repair procedures, the smaller procedures, the lesser procedures, smaller lesions, take 4 to 6 months, as you see, chondroplasty, microfracture, Oates autografts. The bigger procedures take up to 12 to 18 months, depending on the exact technique that's used. The rehabilitation comparison, each of them involves weight-bearing, continuous passive motion of some kind is is a pretty common element, and caution in terms of return to sport. Here is a study that showed that you can go too far, showed a significantly different outcome in patients who returned to sport before a year versus after a year. And this was done with matrix chondrocyte implantation. So this study shows that you can go too fast, and I think what's more important now is that we try to stay in this, quote, envelope of function, where we're not going into supraphysiologic loads, we're going just enough to load to allow the tissue to mature, but we're not going to overload it and we're not going to underload it. And this is just a famous sort of representation of the load-bearing limits from Scott Dye in the 90s. So there's no consistent criterion at this point. It's not just time, it's probably more performance is what we need to be looking at. And I think around the world we're developing more objective testing to return after cartilage defects, much like we have been for anterocruciate ligament tears. I think finally it comes to on-the-field assessment, pain, swelling, agility, unopposed practice, opposed practice, and then full scrimmage prior to being released completely for return to play. If we look at the overall literature, look at different techniques, chondroplasty, a big study done among American NFL football players, microfracture had 4.4 times less chance to return than any of the other repair techniques. If we look at microfracture versus Oates autografts, the Oates technique continued to be functional at 10 years, whereas microfracture initially had just 52% return to sport, and at 10 years, only 37% were still involved in sport. We look at, again, microfracture versus allografts. Each of the studies show that there's an initial improvement with microfracture, but then it decreases over time. And it stresses the importance of not using microfracture inadvertently or indiscriminately, particularly with large lesions, as it does create more problems. Actually, ACI has the most durable repair and also had a large percentage among professional soccer be able to return to sports and continue sports 5 years later at the same level that they had started. We look at systematic reviews, combined meta-analysis by Kai Midhofer. The longest or the highest rate of return was with Oates autografts. The best longevity was with chondrocyte implantation. More recently, Campbell in 2015, very similar finding. Oates autografts and ACI had a statistically significant greater rates of return versus microfracture, and microfracture was the least likely to return to play. So the key predictors, the most ideal return is in younger players with a higher skill level, less than a year of symptoms, faster return to play with smaller lesions, with Oates or even microfracture, but the durability is short with them, with microfracture. So don't use microfracture for larger lesions because you end up with worse clinical outcomes. Larger lesions certainly do well with chondrocyte implantation or allografts, and 87% of professional soccer players continued performing at 52 months with these characteristics. So in summary, longer-term preoperative symptoms creates a more difficult environment. They're less likely to be able to have the effects of the overall joint reversed, so that has diminished results. Return to play after cartilage treatment is feasible, majority of cases. Microfracture is the least likely to return to play. Cartilage lesions requiring treatment shorten high-level athletic careers, and the durability and progression to degenerative joint disease remains one of the major challenges in sports medicine as we try to think of our athletes after they're finished with their careers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doctor. Please stay on stage, and I might invite all all the previous speakers for the discussion. Questions from the audience, please. Please raise your hands. There's one, please. Over here, the microphone. Where's the microphone? The gentleman.
Thank you all for this wonderful conference. My name is Khalid Rabathani. I'm the General Secretary of the Saudi Federation of Sports Medicine. A small comment to Dr. Cristiano about the, do you think, or like, there's now a need that for the GCC now to develop some kind of an injury surveillance or like a national and regional registry for injury among the GCC countries? And whether has been any initiative taken by the Aspetar or any neighboring countries?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I strongly believe that we try to start and to develop the injury surveillance system here, as Professor Bar was saying. I think that we share a common intrinsic and extrinsic risk factor, so the same population and the extrinsic risk factor, for example, the climate and the pitches and so on. So certainly there is a need to have data, and ideally it should be developed together. I'm thinking, for example, about how it would be good. I'm thinking about football. So we have a surveillance in our league. It would be fantastic if we can have data from all the GCC in order to have more data and fastest results.
I could comment on that. There was a study done by one of our colleagues where they monitor certain or the incidence of injuries among one of the GCC football tournament. He's a PhD student who just completed his PhD. I think it's already published on the PubMed, if you can maybe Google it or like search for it. I think this is like gives the like the baseline or the initial initiatives for other people who are interested in this particular aspect. We are the federation. We are taking this very seriously in our country right now. It is actually one of among our strategic goals is to establish a national registry for injuries. We're starting in the football sport because it's very common in our country, as of many GCC countries as well. So I just wanted to highlight that as well.
It's fantastic. One small thing, it will be great if we can coordinate in order to have the same approach, the same methodology. It's very important to collect injury, but if we use a different language, definition of injuries and different methodology, then we will not able to connect. Thank you.
This question to Dr. Scott Gilgolly. With regard to ACL rehab, when we compare return to play, we talk about dynamic control ratio as well as HQ ratios as one of the criteria to decide the athlete is fit to return to play. In terms of cartilage implantation or cartilage surgeries, is there any particular isokinetic data or muscle strength data would you recommend, or is there anything exist?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. Data regarding return to play?
In terms of muscle strength testing.
Muscle strength. Well, I think that the same data has been used that's been used for ACLs. So when it's an isokinetic standpoint, it's greater than 90% side-to-side difference between the injured side and the uninjured side. And whether it's the triple hop test or whatever other test you like, I think 90 percentile is what the standard has been. But I think that for cartilage, I think it's more important that, or not more important, but that then that transitions to an on-the-field test, cutting with a known course to make sure that you don't develop signs of effusion or swelling or pain, and then going to the next level and have some of that happen first.
Just to add to that, just the key problem in cartilage rehabilitation is underloading versus overloading, as you mentioned. In terms of if the joint compressive force are excessive, during the early phase of rehabilitation, then the likelihood of the problem recurring or the symptoms getting worse is quite high, isn't it?
Well, it depends whether the tissue has fully matured. We certainly expect that repair tissue to be able to withstand the loads, and as long as they've gradually been built up over time, that's the importance of the length of the rehabilitation program. You don't go from 0 to 60 right away. It's a gradual process, but it's why you do need to condition throughout the rehabilitation by adding different kinds of loads, transitional loads, side to side, cutting, those kinds of things. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Last call. So no more questions. Thanks you for
I think everybody's hungry.
I think so too. So please, for Dr. Scott's advice, some housekeeping messages from Nibo, please.
This afternoon, the workshops, the cars are outside at 2:30. This afternoon, we prepare you workshops at Aspetar for our guests outside of Qatar. That is a possibility to see our hospital. And I'm sure that you are going to enjoy the workshops in a little bit family environment. To don't have the problems, please, you have to respect 7 cars are going to be outside waiting for you. Please check on your badge the color, blue, and the letter. Each car is going to have a letter that is indicated your first workshop. We are going to be here to help you. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good presentation. Thanks. Two pictures. Shall we take a picture of you? Yes, please.
Should I stand at the table? Should I sit like this?
I can. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. We have to turn it around, huh? There.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
I think I got only half of what I got. Is that okay?
Well,
thank you so much.
يعني دائما بدك بروبلم سولفر وليس بروبلم
Hindi, dun lang sa may part namin. Alam mo sa grocery na dito? Hindi, alam mo sa grocery na dito? Pag pumunta ka doon, wala. Pero kami dalawa meron. Kaya pala. Wala naman. Naano lang kami dun sa mahitim sa lapit. Tapos bukas. Paano na?
waiting for this call. This is nice.
Yung isa nagre-reklamo niya.
Ano pa, diniretso na nila.
Oo, tapos, after nila dito sa hospital,
Dito wala na, sure
wala na.
Eh di dapat pala, kasi pupunta daw sila dito after lunch pa.
Oo, nga, naka-off siya, ikaw naman.
Oh, hindi. Hindi, kala ko kung may gusto natin. Hindi, wala. Basta na-assign na yun. Eh, bakit? Bago lang ba to? Eh, kanina pa lang.
We can disconnect YouTube. We can disconnect YouTube.
Hindi. Hindi. Kasi ano to?
This is the one with the operator. Operator is
dito.
not expired.
Hindi.
Where is he? Where is he going? 1 hour now. He left.
Hindi. Diretso talaga. Yun talaga yung schedule. Mga kalokoy na ano din.
Ate, pakuha ko ng kable natin puti. Yung pang-antena.
Umalis na sila, no? Yung sa IT.
Gusto nga.
Ay, sorry po. Siguro ako. May simula ko. Ay, sa totoo lang, gusto ko sa... Sabi ko nga kay Kuya, Kuya, nakita sa akin. Wala ko dito. Yung pala lang mainit to, yung tuksay.
Tama yan. Hindi kailangan yun. Alam mo ba pag walang ganun?
Ano? Eh, kumangayiran mo. Sipain kita eh.
Kaya kung minsan kailangan.
Sanay na.
Minsan lang.
Alam mo, sanay na ako mag-isa.
Hindi yun. Hindi rin mo sabihin. Alam mo na yun.
Sanay na ako mag-isa lang. Wala, hindi ko hinahanap.
Pwede mag-isa.
Eh, baka nag-iwan ako yung iniisip mo. Oh, read-minded ka talaga. Hindi ko uwi ako May 1.
May 1 ka na?
Oo, hanggang May.
Bilis to na. Ano nga, 23 oh.
Saka hanggang 30 nga, may OT ako. Sabi ko kay boss, pwede bang ibigay ko na kay Gibo? Ayaw niya.
Gibo?
Abay, alam mo
Saan
ba?
ba si Gibo ngayon? Paano yung pag-alis mo si Gibo na?
Hindi, andyan si Kuya Abel.
si
Kaya
Kuya
nga
Abel.
hinihintay ko siya. 28 siya lang. 28
Sawa ako
na
sa
rin.
overtime ito na niya.
Ang naman. Hirap kasing kaano ni Vito. Sinasabi ko.
Kailangan ko ng overtime.
Uy, in fairness ha. Mangutit ka pala. Kung makaano ka pa.
Kailangan ng pera.
Style mo, bulok. Sinabi sa akin ni ano, sinabi sa akin ni Ate Cherry. Ay, hindi, kumain na ako. Kanina ka pinakain.
Oh? Sino?
Wala.
Magbihira, mayroon pa ng bukas atin.
May wala sa boses.
Meron pa natin.
Hindi, hindi pala pinag...